across the map. NIP still mount a suffocating defense, and they cannot capitalize.
Yeah, 2 versus 4 in the dream of a pistol round or a eco round win here, probably gone.
Yeah, the one thing it will be nice for OG, you now know what defense is on the board. You now know there's a double op setup. You can actually call against it in a round where you have just pistols.
Yeah, that is worth thinking about. Lots of ways to try and smoke off some of these AWPs and make your life a little bit hard on them. It'll be interesting to see if they are going to be able to find a way. Or you throw Dexter in there to take the fight straight up. I'm sure he's feeling quite confident in battling both Config and Hat-Trick at this point in time. So maybe 4-5 the scoreline. Config with 10 kills, topping the board at the moment. Just ahead of Hat-Trick on 9. But I'm not surprised, again. Config feels so at home on this map. And it's a straight up A execute.
Here we go. Brolin staying on top. Blinded for the moment. Spammed as well. They now know his position, and OG hunting him down. It's Neofrag to find the opening. Rez is going to respond, but the bomb site is lost.
It is, and there's nobody in CT spawn. It's really awkward because they're going to get smoked out on this one. Only one more smoke left, but Hat-Trick finds it right around, almost taking down Dexter. Oh, he pops back up again. He's very low on health. He would have been tagged there. He would have been dead instantly. It is a 3-on-3, and Rez not going to be mechanically quite good enough. Fiku will take him down instead. Config and Alexi left. 2 versus 3. Very tough on this one. Smoke to create a little bit of space to try and get out and maybe try and play on top of it in the follow-up. But Dexter just reads it. He saw that coming miles away. He knew exactly what that smoke was. And Alexi, he just has to try and back on out. Try and save this AK. Fiku will hunt him down. It's a very straightforward round being pulled here from OG, but it works just fine.
Hat-Trick tagged Dexter with the op down like 77 damage to him. And the fact that Dexter survives is everything. I want to know what that went through to not do max damage. But Dexter's able to get that kill. Obviously the follow-up when the retake begins. And if Dexter goes down in that initial exchange, that round's completely different. 6-4. Good kills from Fiku in the mid-round, but a better kill from Neofrag on the entrance, hunting down Brolin.
Yeah. I think the fact that none of the CTs were at CT spawn, putting pressure on that side, just makes that fight after the fact a little bit easier for OG to work with. But man, second time out used from NIP. A lot of this now is definitely going to come down to the economy.
NIP is the new big for me. Every time I have a little bit of faith.
Don't say that.
Yeah, who's it an insult to? Yeah, you've really boxed yourself in there.
I'd rather not say, Jason.
But like, it's just yeah, it's you finally kind of believe in him, and this has been a very slow start, very flat from NIP. It feels good game as well from OG. Neofrag with 9 kills. Round 11. NIP struggling to keep a grasp on this CT side.
I think for me the main difference between the NIP of 2 months ago and this one is that they look like they have a plan. Like, at least they're following some sort of structure, where some of those games back then, you could just tell they were lost. Like, they were lost inside of the server. There was no, like, at least they're trying to do something here, and they're following some sort of script. They are up against a team that's firing really well at the moment on all cylinders, so I don't mind it. I'm not necessarily worried yet anyway. I think 6-4, yeah, it is a great start for OG, and they're on the T side, so it's even a better start in that sense. But I'm not panicked yet. I feel like NIP can still find a way to turn this a little bit around.
Okay. A little bit of faith in the ninjas from Anders.
Yeah. I feel like they've deserved it. Like they built some trust back up again.
Okay.
You have to do this a lot to get to the big level of letting me down.
Oh, well, Nico's got a lot of space to work with, and he's going to take advantage of it. Off covering, and there was no idea. Alexi V had no clue. Dexter in open space. That's an easy shot for him, and now he can hold the line, make sure nobody moves out of market. Config's going to challenge it. Good flashbang to give him some space. He slides in, but he's forced into a fight due to the Molotov and had no options from there. 2-man advantage as Neofrag comes in for a backstab, but NIP has wisely stayed away from market.
Yeah, they're so far away, they can't even be backstabbed at the moment. I don't blame them for it. I don't know what else they're supposed to do. Wow, this is a critical round. I mean, that could change a lot of what I was just saying, right? They probably needed to win this one to start to have a real crack at getting back into the first half. Now it's going to be a lot more difficult. And Neofrag, all right, first volley of bullets doesn't really do anything, but the second one will. Hat-Trick on his own with the AWP back here. It's going to be 7-4, and the problem is they don't have money. This AWP is the only thing that they're going to have moving forward.
I wonder if there's just like a miscommunication when was it Config that was up in ladder room? Whoever was up in ladder room kind of backs away into window room after he's challenged, and Alexi's still up on the platform at B, and it's just like he has no idea that Catwalk is so exposed. The fact that there's not any kind of a shift in position, so either communication didn't come or communication didn't get really enter the brain of Alexi in any kind of effective fashion.
Yeah, that's a good point. And you also see the way, I mean, normally, if all else fails, you'd like for the defense to be able to at least trade some kills, right? So if one dies, you're like, all right, we're swinging to take this next fight. But these all went down one by one by one. Like, no chance for any kind of a real teamwork happening on the NIP defense. Well, this AXQ worked last time when NIP had rifles. Now all they have is pistols and the one AWP on Hetrick. It's kind of in the right area, but you have to assume again it's going to get smoked off, so making it almost impossible to put into play. He's going to get Fiku actually before the smoke really goes up. Deep Molotovs as well. The pistols actually coming in with some mini brawl, and he's very, very low, and there's the AWP. Neofrag curious. He thought he could hunt him down. No scope by Dexter. That is a violent death. Alexi's going to go down as well, and it might be all for nothing at the end. Brolin, he's got the AK, but no health to really work with. One single point left here. One mistake, and he is toasted in this round, and there we go. Nico will take him down, and it is OG surviving. A bit of a scare.
Yeah, a little bit of a defense mounted there from NIP, as once that op on Hetrick got involved, the pistols did just enough to give him a bit of an advantage, but a nice recovery at the end of the day from OG. And they keep on marching forward into victory. 4-round lead. They're going to take the advantage into the second half no matter what happens down the stretch. And NIP got to start clawing some rounds on the board at the end. 3 rounds remaining in this first half.
Yeah, they really need that. I think they need to get up to at least 6 rounds here in the first half for this to be a really viable comeback story. I think less than that, and it's starting to get a little bit too sketchy. Early death there, and all right, taking a deep breath. You could see Neofrag, he was sort of getting up the nerve to take that swing, but there were too many people on the other side.
It's interesting, though, because with Dexter's up at top mid, they don't feel like they can fall back. They're going to push forward. Dexter's aware of the possibility. Good shot. He finds Rez, pushing forward, and again, the B bomb site is so compromised before NIP's able to react and shore up this defense. With this kind of a push, Brolin's going to swing out due to the flames, right into the arms of flames, excuse me.
Huge amount of awareness. All right, Config, you've tried a couple of times here now. If you could follow through on this one, it would be a huge clutch, but it's not going to happen. Nico just besting him at range, no problem at all. And now there's not going to be any retake at all. Down in that underpass, right, Rez, actually, they underhanded the smoke, and then they walked through their own smoke. So the fact that Dexter just checked anyway is kind of cool. Like, that's a great amount of awareness on him.
Well, also, it's a great call just based off the kill feed, right? Like, that's not exactly designed until you see, okay, Dexter's picked off Alexi in window, Neofrag goes down an underpass, but he sees 2, and you're just like,
true.
Okay.
Very true.
Yeah, let's rock into this B bomb site. At most, you're going to have, what, like a 3 or a 4 onto 1 at that point? 9-4. I think he's praying.
It looked like it.
Please, God.
They might need that divine intervention at this point in time because things are starting a little bit of grim. Molotov just goes up in the air, but it doesn't matter. Awkward jumping shot. Dexter's going to pick up 1, and against the AK that's been picked up, you got to be careful. In the meantime, they're running down the speed bomb side. I think similar logic as you were saying in the last round. You know that there's a whole army pushing top mid. Why wouldn't you try and go for it? There's not going to be that many people at the B bomb side.
Yeah, this B bomb side has been exposed a number of times throughout this half. And I mean, at this point, too, NIP just haven't really had a whole lot of resources to fight with. Starting to get aggressive to deny mid control. That's a good find from Brolin. And I almost feel like you might as well go for this if you're NIP, even with these weapons. Last round of the half is coming in next. You have the full losing bonus, and you have plenty of money to buy regardless in the next round. So, I mean, it's too late now. Might have been too late to begin with, but I mean, you might as well give it the old college try.
Yeah, I don't even disagree. I mean, I feel like they also need a bit of a wake-up call, potentially. Flames is going to stay here. So will Neofrag. It doesn't matter. They have money to buy, and the 15th round is coming up, so why not?
Yeah, that's why I would have thought go for it. But maybe they just said maybe the bomb timer was too far gone even in that position, so they didn't have any kits, so there's that as well. All passed over to Hetrick. Nothing working for NIP.
No.
Aggressive at underpass gets countered. Aggressive at mid gets countered. Double op setup didn't work.
They're starting to look quite grim for them.
Yeah, timeout called by OG for this final round of the first half. Looking to really pile it on.
Yeah. Giving NIP a chance to feel a bit awkward about how this is playing out. And OG just whatever you can get, right? If you can pile on one more round, if you could keep this going, get all the way up to 11, why wouldn't you do that? So a little bit of focus at the end could go a long way. 10-5, the best that NIP could do at the moment. That's not really that much. Double orb is back. Config and head trick. Let's see if it works. They had it once before, and it wasn't really the big impact on the game that they probably would have liked. Oh, wow, they're running it down. Config under pressure. He misses the second shot. Rez, all right, there's a lot of defense here. Huge crossfire position. 3 people, 2 of them at the jungle, 1 of them at CT spawn, and that will absolutely shut it down. For OG, they probably think, all right, we found that first AWP. That's it. We're ready to go.
I wonder if OG is just calling based off the fast success they've had at the B bomb site the past few rounds. Maybe they catch NIP doing some more mid-aggression. You can have an easy time in the A bomb site. Maybe they're just overstacked towards B because you've punished it a couple of times. Regardless, it doesn't pan out. Fiku's got space to work with. Lucky to be alive. Hedrick is going to be forced back for the moment. This bomb is going to get planted, but NIP is very close for the retake.
Yeah, they really are.
This is losable, though.
It is losable. I didn't want to say it, Jason, but there you go. Fiku is looking at that window, and they have to try and find their way out. And do they have a kit? No, they don't at the moment. Oh, dear, that's a problem. Nico, he's going to be taking a shot on Hetrick to begin with. Right back into a 2-on-3. They're really slowing it down. Another headshot. Oh, dear. Not like this NIP. They had it lined up. A 2-on-4, and Nico will bring it back. What a way to end the half. OG, they're going to be fired up. 11-4 in their favor. That's everything you could have wanted. What a clutch at the end. Second half is coming up after this.
It wasn't an arena, but remember the 1v1 I had against Nav?
Okay,
It was like the all-Canadian round.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that one was actually
All
funny.
right.
Yeah, rewatching that, I laughed for sure.
This is Canada versus Canada.
Like, nothing can go wrong here. I've never been so apathetic to an outcome in my life.
Right. I'm going to apologize no matter what happens.
I'm already smiling.
I'm happy for whoever wins it and sorry for whoever loses.
Sorry. Oh, he's just bleeding time off the clock.
No, he's playing twist like a
God,
fiddle.
Canadians are so smart.
No kit either. It's done. Nav.
Oh,
such a sick
and in
play.
Canadian fashion, it's full pacifist. No one shoots each other.
Sorry I had to blow up your site, eh?
Yeah,
Oh, no problem. It's just your job.
that's wonderful.
Yeah, the most pacifist clutch ever. You both survived and walked away. It was
No
just,
damage taken
yeah.
from either opponent.
Okay.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second half is coming up, and we have NIP and OG playing on Mirage Best of 1, and these are both 1-1 teams.
We have OG playing on Mirage.
We do have OG playing Mirage. Jason, you said it was losable at the end of the 2 versus 4, and they found a way to lose it.
They definitely did. I mean, just bottlenecked 4 players coming through market. You have really tight choke points. That was an obvious danger retake, even with such a huge advantage. And OG played it perfectly. Doesn't let him get comfortable and then get any kind of a space outside of the window, outside of the door. And you can see a player standing up without headphones is never ideal. Just zipping up his jacket, feeling a little chilly.
I think he's packing up early. He's ready to leave. He's like, let's crack out
Like,
the last.
You guys can handle this, right?
He's just saying, like, let me just pack my bags and, like, I got 5 rounds to play. I want to be in the bus early.
Yeah,
as well.
I'll head to the bar first. I'll order some drinks for
Yeah.
everyone. Just let me know what you want. This is the B stream, which surprisingly, I don't know. Actually, I don't know if surprisingly is the right word, but Fours is up 8-2.
That is a bit surprising to me. Monty have been showing everyone just how good they are for a while, so I'm a little bit intrigued by how this is playing out.
Yeah, this is like a double gut punch to my pick'ems if it goes this way. I had Fours as 3-0, so they already get me nothing going through. Monty going through, which, you know, don't put me in that danger position. Don't make me stress.
Yeah, a little bit stressed, feeling it slowly.
I am a little stressed. Because Mouse isn't looking good either. I have Mouse in my pick'ems.
I know.
They're 0-2.
Yeah,
I have Liquid. They're 0-2.
I sympathize.
Yeah, it's not a pretty sight.
Why did we pick Liquid?
They're going to come back.
Really?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Well, you heard it here first. You know where Jason is at? You know, find him at Jason GG, I believe. So, you know where your complaints can be filed.
All right, Neofrag at distance, sees the utility, sees the bodies, taking a couple pop shots, but wants to back away in case they choose to get aggressive towards CT spawn. Can allow his teammates to get a little bit closer. So Stairs control over to the Ninjas as the bomb gets planted. They need a flashbang and they have nothing, so this is going to be a dry swing. The round is won and lost right here.
It certainly is. Flames with a good shot. Oh, the battle continues. Just an all-out slaughter at that Stairs position, the CT spawn. Roland, he's going to pick up one more shot there. It's still on. 2 versus 2, and Dexter creeping in from behind right into the waiting Glock of Rez. Neofrag on his own here. Don't know what you could do with this position. You don't have the kit either, and Alexi will find him jumping in the air. NIP, an absolutely critical round to be winning.
Yeah, that was actually really clean over towards Stairs. 1-for-1 trade the whole way through. Both teams exchanged 3 players. No kit, no flashbang for OG, though, means they can't actually make it into the bomb site. So well done in the post plant. Rez just holding onto the flank the whole time. He knows he's got safety. He knows the battle's taking place elsewhere. And Alexi made himself a small target that Neofrag couldn't clean out. 5th round for the Ninjas. They start the second half in a positive fashion. Actually, it's both pistol rounds for NIP.
Yeah, they need a lot more than that, right? But it's not a bad platform to begin a comeback on. We'll see if it's going to be different here. Hetrick and Config are still playing really well, and now they got Rez up there, and that's a great, solid little performance from the 3 of them. They should be having more rounds.
That's actually a nasty smoke. That makes it so hard for Brolin to clear ladder room. Coming through, that takes a lot of damage. Cleaned up by the nade, even though he still got the kill. But NIP has paid for this kind of control. Look at the health on Config, down to 13 HP. Hetrick down to 33 as well. Not a bad position for OG to be in whatsoever.
Yeah. Scary right here, isn't it? Alexi, smoke goes up, but he's plenty of time to get that one. Neofrag goes down, so 3 versus 4. But it's the health on Config and Hetrick that's really a sign of worry at the moment. Palm is still over in that ladder room, hanging around, just waiting. Probably giving some space here for OG to get more aggressive. Oh, that's not a bad shot. 3 of them low, but they are starting to look a little bit better. 2 versus 4 here.
3 of them low, but OG's now out of position to capitalize on any of that low HP. Previously had him kind of boxed in towards middle and ladder room, but not anymore. They found the escape route, they found the way out, and they found a free A bomb site. So bomb going to get planted any moment, and OG's going to save the scout on Dexter, the deagle on Nico, and 6 rounds for the Ninjas. You showed me a cool song about ninjas earlier today.
I did, Jason.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy it?
It was all right.
All right. Well,
not gonna tell the class.
I figured you'd want the credit for it. I don't want to steal all the spotlight. Yeah, this is at the moment gonna get up to 6-11, and if they can sort of they'd probably keep going from there on out, right? Money and OG still gonna be really questionable. It notoriously 11-4 scoreline, Jason. We know what it means.
Don't even go there. We can't do that. We can't have that many platitudes in one major.
Well, it's the last CS:GO major. Where else are we going to put them?
Stop.
We're out of runway. We have to put them all in.
It's the last chance to shove them down everyone's throat.
That's exactly right. Maybe it'll be different for. Maybe it will be a different scoreline. You know.
True. That's a good point. That's fair.
And we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
And last chance to use it as well. Wow. This is.
First gun round is going to be very telling.
It will.
And whether this is going to turn into a game, I feel, or not. That first gun round is going to be all important to make this comeback happen.
I'm going to call it already. I think NIP have got the comeback.
You think
I've never seen them lose a scoreline.
They're coming back to a win or coming back to a close loss?
to a win.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never seen them lose a scoreline like this. I think they're going to be fine. It's the 4-on-5 here.
All right, Liquid's coming back in the Swiss system. NIP's coming back in Mirage.
There we go. We're
got it all.
all on the Hopium today. 3 of them in the connector position. Obviously strong no matter what, but against pistols should be even better.
Well, yeah, but the Scout is here, and the Deagle's here.
Through the smoke. Wow, they're really hunting it. Just all out chaos. No
Okay.
one can shoot what they're shooting at, but it's going to be fine.
Yeah. Scout's not even involved in the action so far. I thought maybe the Scout, if they come through that smoke, could actually
Wait
do
until
some
he gets
damage.
2 headshots here. Then the fear is going to set in again.
Sure. Let's see it. Let's see what he's got. Dexter, he wins these. Try and will it into actually happening. Oh, no headshot. He gets the tag. Wasn't even realizing that Rez was up ramp. 7th round for NIP, but this is the first gun round. This is the all-important round for the Ninjas. And for your prediction.
It's not a prediction. It's a prophecy, Jason. There's a difference.
A prophecy.
I don't know what I'm saying half the time. Yeah.
I think scanning through some of the talent predictions earlier today as well. I think for the most part, I think Chad was the only one that I can recall having OG as the winner. So he's sitting nice on this.
Surely Launders did too.
That's a good point. He might have.
He must have. It's what he does. I don't even question it anymore. I know he's going to be, been doing it for years now.
Oh, Prof had it.
Okay.
Prof and Sponge. That's it.
And not Launders.
Looking to confirm
What a traitor.
their prediction.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But look at it. I mean, if you look at the NIP scoreline, like it's really a step up from what it was in the first half. You got Rez and Hetrick both at 14, Config at 12, and then 10 and 11. It's kind of the whole lineup that's here now. There's no one that just completely dropped out. So that's at least a positive sign, you've got to say. But you pointed it out earlier. This first rifle round is going to be telling for what is to come, and it's what we got right now.
And look at the difference too between the way NIP's opening their gun rounds and the way that OG had. Like this is like very like low energy. Maybe not low energy is the right way to put it, but it's very chill to open things up, isn't it? Like more of a default, more of a tactical spread, more slow pace moving around the map. And we'll see if NIP can build some success with this style. Maybe they crank up the aggression at some point, but OG was much more in your face.
Look at the gap in the mid defense. There's nobody here at all. There are 4 players left on the OG side, but they're split 2 all the way on the extremity on A and 2 all the way on the other side on B. They can't even help each other out right now. Dexter, he has to be a superhero on this one, but they can't reinforce it either. Config's just holding this position, easily taking out Flames. If they have any nades or anything, they can just get rid of him. And actually, Dexter's already moving past. They don't really need it. That's a... you're right, it's a slow round. It's a much more sort of constricting play towards the A-bomb side, but it works just fine.
And they got a lot of room to work with as well, you have to say, with that kind of a slow play style. A lot of room to work with and just swing into position. 8th round on the board as OG have to back away with the op in the M4 on Fiku. And NIP's within striking distance. They're within 3.
Yeah, this is definitely an encouraging beginning, right? You win the pistol and you win the first rifle round. You know that you're really starting to cook at that point in time. Dexter and Fiku. And Fiku's the only one that's kind of had a bit of a rough game. He's down to 6 kills and stuck there, it almost feels like. It's not what you want to see, because, again, NIP, they're kind of bringing everyone to the table right now. All of them are doing something at the very least. And OG, the same is almost true, but not quite. Niku are going to start at the round there, just getting bursted down.
Niku.
I don't know what's happening. Yeah, but this is just getting that position in the middle after one kill is pretty overpowering.
You mentioned it as well in the first half, which didn't really come to fruition on the CT side, but a map that Config obviously can be very, very strong in his prowess, and you give him that kind of space in middle, like he's going to take advantage of it.
Yeah, he is feeling that confidence and that aggression.
Second timeout used by OG to talk things over after the first gun round goes against them. Probably talking a little bit of the style that NIP brought out, how they want to deal with a little slower pace, how they want to handle the situation. That's for the future, though, is around the AWP and the M4. Just picking up some deagles. A low buy to set themselves up nicely into the next round.
I feel like I'm long overdue for a really impactful Dexter round. We had one yesterday on Anubis where he just quad killed him over at the B-bomb site. That was really wonderful.
Yep.
I'd like to see more, though.
Well, you might have a chance here. Missed the jump, which means Brolin gets a slide past the gap. Without being spotted, slow-paced again for NIP. Rez and Config working underpass towards middle. 3 smokes up, Con, window, and the base of Catwalk. They're all starting to fade right now. That M4 is well in the window room, so could challenge this jump up. Footsteps heard, blinded as well from Headtrick, and now Rez gonna push forward. Narrowly dodges the danger. That's a nice little swing.
That looked like he almost swung the bullets around the corner. That's actually so beautiful. I want to see more of that. It's the res that I like to see. It's so much fun when he's playing like this.
Here's your Dexter round. Here's your Dexter round. There's the first 2 more coming in. A little bit blind, but he recovers. Config. Stressful situation, and Headtrick just outweights Dexter. Patient with a minute on the clock. Bomb's going to be planted, and that's the round again.
I actually think that's a brilliant example of understanding what kind of opponent you're up against. Because if you throw more bodies at Dexter, just run him. You say, like, oh, hey, he's got the AWP. He's already fired a shot. Let's just run him down. That's exactly the kind of style that Dexter loves. Like, he will take those fights, and he'll probably win them as well. So just slowing it down and saying, well, we've got him boxed in. He's got almost no real estate to stand on.
He has to make the play.
He has to make the play. Just wait it out, and he's going to show up. And there's nobody else there to help him either. So really, really, really good stuff. You like to see that in that little micro moment there for both Config and Headtrick. I would have thought Config maybe would have taken a swing at him.
Yeah, that was nice to see him hold back a little bit, right?
It was a rare moment in time. 9-11. As the prophecy is slowly fulfilled.
Another timeout called.
Look at this shot here. This is so cool.
This is another timeout from OG. They used a timeout in round 15 of the first half. They've used 2 timeouts in the first 6 rounds of play, I should say, here in the second half. I don't really know what that means.
No, I'm not sure either.
I mean, you
you're in trouble.
Well, you just took a timeout like a round ago, right? Like, you think that would have set you up for that save round and the first gun round after that?
Yeah, but you almost, presumably now, the timeouts, to me, it feels like that's the timeout you take to try and get the mental under control. Like, if people are getting stressed, they're getting frustrated, you feel like, before it gets way out of control, let's just try and talk everyone back up again and remind them what we're doing.
That's very possible. Here we go, round 21. 5 straight for the Ninjas in the opening of the second half.
Two-round gap at the moment. NIP winning 5 in a row here to start the second half with. It's quite a bit of a run that they've gone on. So mid-control being presented to NIP. They could definitely take it if they wanted to. OG, they need to start asserting themselves in the second half, right? They haven't won a single round yet. And because they're on that CT side, the economy is just, it's not going to recover the same way that you can on the T side.
3 players at the B-bomb site, and they're very committed. Dexter actually slides even deeper into the site to get a deeper angle to see what he can find. It's just Rez really challenging and maintaining presence. Dexter now going to shift off if he sees nothing. Fiku going to start pushing up. This could be everything, this engagement, this fight. Nico's joined up with him. Fiku turns the corner, goes down. Rez ready for another. Nico is able to get the trade, but all the meanwhile, Config and Alexi have slid down middle, and Config has access to Catwalk. He knows 2-player pushed B halls, so the likelihood of him encountering any defense here in ladder room is minimal. Alexi can't win the fight against Flames, and now B has to be the play. Good job from Brolin and Config, but Dexter is still here, but not for long. Brolin's gonna get it planted.
Oh, that's such an important shot. Brolin coming alive. You haven't had many highlight rounds from him, but this is definitely one of them already. Flames and Neofrag, 2-on-2 versus Brolin and Hetrick on the other side. And that AWP is trained right at the position. The flick, it doesn't connect, but he knows where they are now. He knows everything. Brolin gonna continue the killing. 3 on him right now. And Neofrag on his own. They didn't spot him quite yet, but they should realize by now. Good shot onto him. And now the question is, can Hetrick stop this jump pass? He's got the right aim for it, and he's gonna get the kill as well. Another really close round. You can see the frustration now building on the OG side. NIP, they're absolutely back in this second half.
Yeah, fantastic trading, and good job from Brolin. That kill on an Eco is everything. He knows he's being distracted from Catwalk. The follow-up on a Dexter is huge. And they crack into the B bomb site. And yeah, stress. As fortunes have been reversed. NIP now within just 1.
'20-second round.
Oh,
They have the M4. Oh, it's a classic boost up. It's such a neat trick. Well known by now, but you forget about it because it usually only happens in these odd rounds. And Alexi almost died as well. Imagine if OG could win this round back.
he's dead for sure. Maybe not. Not yet, at least. Oh, head trick. What a pair of op shots. Huge to force back the aggression. That almost slipped away. Rez is ready for this. Fiku got punished in the last round with a similar push. This time Rez is in a new location, and he's going to go check and see if the B bomb site is clear, and indeed it will be. NIP, a little bit dicey in the early going, but they recover so well.
Yeah, that could have spiraled way out of control, and you're right to highlight it. Hetrick, just what a buddy, picking up those kills as his teammate Alexi stuck in the corner and practically dead. Neofrag, yeah, you can pick up a rifle. You can try and save it into the next one, but you're not going to be winning this one. That's a game tied up, 11-11. This OG have disappeared from the second half.
Yeah, their defense is non-existent at the moment. 6-7. This is going to be a 7th round straight for NIP on their offense. This slow, calculated style is really making things difficult for the individuals of OG. That's great cover. That's through the edge of the wall. Dexter maybe a little tagged up. Nico's head gets ripped off.
Yeah, super important stuff right there.
11-11. Make a wish. What's your wish?
Do I have to say it out loud?
Yeah,
Is it right?
just for the fun of it.
Just for the fun of it? What do I wish for? I don't know, Jason. I've got everything I want. You know, more Counter-Strike. I'm in a good spot.
What a lame answer.
What do you wish for, right?
Liquid going through.
Yeah, well, even the genie can't fill that one. It's like, what are the rules? You can't make people fall in love.
What's the line? Wish in one hand, crap in the other, see what fills up first?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Oh, man. But I appreciate it nonetheless, you know. It's, they need it right now. They really do. Oh, Liquid. It's a whole story on its own. We don't have time for it now. It is tied up, though.
It is tied up.
We're round number 23.
Oh, that's a challenge. Molotov put out, but Hedrick couldn't find the angle around to the smoke, so I think wisely gives it up. That was not going to be a comfortable fight regardless. Config forced into the open. Good win from Flames around the gap in the window smoke. And finally, OG have an advantage on the CT side. Finally, they have something to be happy about. 5-on-4 for the entirety of the round.
I actually think, hilariously, Config was run boosted into the Molotov that Flames threw, and that's why he was sort of forced out. He's like, all right, I have to keep running out of it because I've been thrown in here. That's a bit unfortunate. But yeah, this is something. And look at the push down on the A ramp. It's Flames and Neofrag hoping to find something there.
No, they're gonna find nothing, which in itself is something. That's information. And Neofrag's gonna be able to continue pushing. Already you can see Dexter shifting off his position at ticket booth.
Yeah.
Flames looking up at Palace. The only real weakness is towards middle. But NIP's not pressuring it, as we can tell on the mini-map. Smoke clears towards B. And here comes the final play. Rez and Brolin, what can they produce on this initial push forward? The answer is nothing. Both go down. Brolin gets 1 kill, but Fiku's still alive, still defending, and Hedrick's left in a 1v3.
First 2 kills for Fiku in a really long while there. It's important to stay in that. And he's going to be able to do a little bit for his team. Finally, first round of the second half picked up by OG as they get to 12. It took a really, really long time, and then no doubt stressed. All right, he's running back. Oh, the Molotov lands just a second after, and then Flames is there. It's a really good setup for Flames, though. It's a clever little trick just to force somebody out from that position. Good stuff.
Really good stuff. Well, let's see if they can carry it forward. Let's see if they can build upon it. Did they find like just a kind of hiccup, a moment in time to capitalize, or is that going to be a constant solution? This time they found a way to punish. Oh, look at the aggression now. Look at the pace from Config. They've unleashed him. They've unleashed him upon OG. He's down middle at a speed that they have not encountered in this half, and it catches Flames off guard.
Yeah, he wasn't ready for it, and it's probably the best way to describe it. They really have had Config on a bit of a leash. He's been unusually restrained in some of these fights. Could be hard to deal with when he's playing like this, though. 4 on 5 to begin with. It splits that defense almost right down the middle. Oh, Nico, if you can do this, I find it would be bring it back into a 4 on 4, and he's ready and waiting. He's not sure if someone's behind him yet. Molotov, I don't know if it's going to spread quite far enough. He's going to stand inside of it, just commits to it, and will ultimately burn alive. Alexi's setting up, and he sees the gun barrel nearly taking down Neo, but not quite sure. There's still a flank coming in. It's Fiku having himself a bit of a resurgence now. He's running into the middle. He does not realize Rez is here and waiting, and that's way too overzealous. 2 versus 3. The bomb picked up now. It's in the middle, and there's still 40 seconds left, but Dexter, that's almost a free kill on Config. I don't know why they're backpedaling through that. They need to group up and try and get this bomb onto the site.
They've been so unaware of that danger coming from Catwalk. Rolling around the edge. Smoke spotted. Neofrag first. Spots a leg. And oh boy, 1v2 for Dexter. No kit. And he's going to start heading over to try and give this one a go. Swaps out to a rifle. He's got a kit in front of him as well, just to his left. Did he not see it? There it is. And here we go. Attempted clutch for Dexter.
Yeah, 1 versus 2. That kit makes a whole world of difference. So does the Molotov. Gonna throw it back there. Try and put some pressure on. HE on top. The spray through, but he just can't find the damage on Rez. He's still alive back there. Now swings out into the open. Brolin goes down, and Rez is right there, and Dexter thinks he's already checked it. He feels like maybe that was enough damage, and it wasn't. Rez just creeping on out. A 1 versus 1 at the end, and NIP to come out on top.
Nip's kind of fortunate to get away with that one. They just were not aware of the potential for more action coming from Catwalk. Two players like almost ruined their day. This is nice from Nico. That little stutter step made Headtrick pull the trigger a little bit early. But I mean, Dexter this could have been way, way worse. Even Rez had a Molotov that he throws into window room instead of Catwalk to prevent that kind of a peak. But NIP get away with a couple there. 12-12 all tied up. One more buy for OG. They're out of money after this.
But they absolutely must win it. They've won a single round in the second half. OG, they can't let it go so soon. Similar grenade is the last time, the one that Flames threw up there to try and force out Config, but this time he's just going to put it out with a smoke. They have a lot of people in the middle here, and actually Config is going to back on out. He says, you know what, it's not worth it.
Yeah, he feels the mid-pressure. They flash him out into safety, and now they can try and exploit over here. A little bit of a gap in the smoke for Rez to play with. He sees absolutely nothing for the moment and going to back off. That was his play. Nothing presented itself. Config still looking for the mid-push. He's on high alert, knows the possibility is there.
Very likely, if you get pushed there, you're going to get pop flash as well.
Look how much utility was used from OG to set up this mid-presence and this mid-push and this mid-aggression, and they're holding on to it as well. They don't want to back away. They want to control this side of the map, and that weakens the extremities. Fiku anchoring B, Neofrag alone anchoring the A bomb site, and yeah, Dexter can turn around, but he'll likely be blocked off by utility.
All right, Flames are now sticking himself up there, so at least they have a little bit of a read. NIP are kind of getting pushed towards the A-bomb side, though. They're kind of losing track of most of the rest of the map right now, so this should be telegraphed a tiny bit. Neofrag is still in some trouble here. They do have Molotovs for it. They can burn this position out if they really want to. And there we go. His feet are on fire, and he can't do anything at all. Alexi getting the headshot on him, and now up close and personal with the AWP. Dexter good for the shot, and Flames comes in. We've needed a couple of rounds from him now. They absolutely need Flames to step up and play that world-class game that he has. And with only 17 seconds here, this round is slowly falling apart for NIP. They're just trying to see if they can escape ducking under the shot here. And it will be another round for OG, 13-12.
Yeah, NIP as well ran out of nades towards the end to make that hit fully powerful. And I mean, Flames jumps up to take the fight towards Palace, gets an easy one with the player jumping across towards top stairs and is able to double things up. And a nice hold from Dexter. Rez gonna go down after time. Good frag from Fiku. Money to sustain that loss. There's plenty of cash for NIP even after Rez goes down. But OG just keeping barely a grip on this lead.
Some really, really important. Imagine how close that is. If Dexter dies or is just traded there, the whole defense could just crumble at the top of the stairs, but it doesn't. They hold strong, and NIP get to spend another timeout. DJL going to be coming in with some last words of encouragement, potentially, as this is a wide open game once again.
Yeah, and we mentioned it too. These teams have played this map 3 times in all 3 series they've played in 2023. They're going to be very knowledgeable of all the things these teams have on it. And obviously there's that X factor of coming into the major, new tricks being added, new tactics being added, small details being changed. But another close affair, and I think if you're OG, at least for the very moment, you finally got a grip on this half and seem to be able to put some stops on the board. Remember, this started with a 7-0 run in the second half for NIP to bring this all the way back, and finally OG is finding ways to fight back.
Yeah, they are. Really long break that they took from playing the game. Oh, here we go. Neofrag aggressive, but Hetrick's going to be there at least to get the return. And that's pretty important. Don't want to start 4-on-5. It kind of splits the defense again, though. Let's see if OG are going to make another play to try and find some information right now. Deep grenade, but it's just a bit too early, unfortunately.
Back to the B bomb site, and this was a recipe that worked really well for NIP in the early going. They've gone away from it just a little bit, but this time they want to lean on the B bomb site one last time.
And it's not Fiku that's there. He was the B anchor before, but now it's actually Dexter and Nico. That might be a completely different feeling for them. Oh, a missed shot. Nico going down. Maybe it wasn't Fiku at all. Maybe it's just the bomb site that's really hard to hold. Dexter on his own, and he gets the shot on rest. He's such a monster. He might have made this a doable round anyway. They could have just as easily lost it right then and there. But a 2-on-2. And the bomb is going to be planted here. Fiku walking in, trying to see if he could do something on the opposite side. Flames hanging around the market. A little bit of a peek out by the cash register. They don't even know. And what a sneaky play. All on Hetrick now. And he's played a very good game so far. 21 kills on him. At the back of the bench. They don't have any nades to get rid of him either. And they need to be swift with it right now. Kit being picked up as well onto Fiku. They have a chance at it, but Flames has gone down. And now the repeat comes in. It's a bit early. Fiku, after a long vacation in the second half, he's back with it. Gonna have enough chance for it as well. Kit on his back, and that is a huge round for OG.
Yeah, I mean, great clutch from Fiku, but you got to give it to Dexter to set that one up. He was in a 4-on-1 at that bomb site, and just scraping together 2 of them was absolutely massive. This right here, good adjustment, but this one is even more impressive. He's getting tagged, very quick scope. And then obviously the play here from Flames, hiding behind the cash register. Absolutely beautiful. And NIP have fought so hard to get this close, and right when they get there, it slips away. 2-round lead for OG. It's NIP who run out of money first, and it's going to be a fast pace. It's going to be contact towards the B bomb site. Alexi's going to pull as much attention as he can towards middle, and he's pulling quite a bit of it. But now that he's gone down, the B hit has to work. Another missed shot on the cross, and oh, that's a kill in open space from Nico, excuse me. Rez with another one, and all of a sudden there's a lot of pressure on OG.
Yeah, there is. Don't lose this round. You've practically made it. You're almost at the finish line here. 3-on-3, but those Tech-9s making an entry. This would actually be a nightmare if it doesn't work out for them. There is a flank coming in. Neofrag, he's got the right idea.
Look at OG's money. They need to win this.
Yeah, you're not wrong. They absolutely must. There is a stolen rifle there, but this is already, the clock's already run down so low. They have kits, but they need to go right now. Rez, he just reads it, and now they need to back on out. Instead, they can't lose these money. Actually running out of bullets. Oh, it's very awkward now. Flames getting shot in the back. Config will find it. And Dexter, he's going to pull the ripcord on the round. He wants to get out. Might not even be able to. He's getting hunted down, and Hetrick will find him. They lose everything. Oh, no. OG, this is about to be 15 and should have been.
Yeah, and now, again, look at the money that they're going to have to play with in this next round. And look, I'm not going to drop this on one player's shoulders, but Dexter missed some shots in that round. Some shots you'd expect him to hit. The cross from market window into the halls, a couple shots into the bomb site as well, and just great work in open space with the Tech-9s. That is a massive win for NIP. I'll tell you what, too, in that 3v3, I think OG realized the same thing I did, which is, oh, shit, we don't have any money.
Yeah.
Like, if we lose this, we're out of cash. And it didn't feel like they were really, their heart was not in that retake.
Well, here we go. Config having himself a grand old time in the middle. Up against the USPs, clicking them away, and almost getting the ace. But Flames actually fighting back, and at least put a little bit of damage into it. Bomb is back there, but it should not make a difference. It will be tied up at 14-14. It's a quick round. We're going to go the whole distance. All 30 rounds going to be played here at a minimum. Could be more if we get into overtime. Wow, I'm just really, really shocked. It looked like they were about to close the book on NIP. OG, they had them right where they wanted them.
It's a classic, a little contact play with the P250s, the Tech 9s, a Mac 10, and you got to give it to Alexi for selling the mid play. All that utility in middle, his presence as well. It lured 4 players forward.
That B bomb site's really, both teams struggled to defend the B bomb site on their CT side, so it's not just OG that are having an issue here. Oh, here we go. Flames. Nice little pick off. Dexter is there as well. Rez, the first one to really answer back, as NIP will get a kill on the board in this round. And Headtrick, he could get one here unless, if he sneaks up, he's actually going to walk outside of the range of the scope. Flames might almost get a free kill. There we go. Pops up. That's the bomb down. Look at the read that he has. Flames wanted to keep going. Could have been a triple right there, but Config at least is aware.
Yeah, but this is a weird position for Config to be in. Like, does he back away to try and help Rez get this bomb? Because he's exposing himself to so much danger if he does that. And Config kind of has to stay a little bit parked, so a lot of this is on Rez and how Rez chooses to play after he gets the bomb.
Yeah, you would assume that that's how it plays out here. A little bit of a peek. Nico realizes he's potentially in some danger as well. Config would love for somebody to peek, but maybe not both at the same time. They saw the gun barrel. Good awareness on Fiku. What a resurgence. He was at 6 kills maybe 3 or 4 rounds ago, and now he's up to 14.
Yeah, he's done a lovely job in these past few rounds. Big time clutch as well, just a few rounds back. And Rez, oh, this is going to be tough. One in market, can't win the fight. That means Fiku slides out, adds another one. Double kill for Fiku in the round, and it's OG with a single chance to close this out in regulation. Remember, this is a 1-on-1 matchup. Neither team gets eliminated. Loser heads to the elimination series. Winner heads to the qualification series after this. And a 4th and final timeout taken from NIP. One last chance for Alexi to come up with the winning play. One last chance for DJL to be involved.
Nice, guys.
But fortunately for NIP, they still have some money to play with. They're not completely broke going into this next one. That's super important. Hate to play the 30th round and just don't have the cash to execute the best strategy. Surely, Jason, it feels like at this point, you go for that B bomb side. It's been so efficient. Now, maybe you throw in more hints that you're going to do something else, but it's been what's been working almost all of the time. I mean, everything else has kind of been, I'm trying to push us there.
No, I think this is probably what Alexi's doing in his head right now. You just did the perfect example of what it's like trying to come up with this winning call at 15-15. Or at 14-15, excuse me.
It's rough, right? Because if you do it again, obviously you will feel like, oh, we're just repeating the same thing. They're going to know, they're going to figure it out. Some early grenades here, but I'm not sure this is a committal. This seems like it's just like the first pump at a bomb site.
OG's going to get aggressive, though, down the ramp. Oh, this is a good setup. Dexter with the op. Neofrag slides into position, saw a little bit of leg, saw the shadow. There's the flashbang on scopes as well. Alexi knows what he's going up against. I don't think he's going to want to challenge this whatsoever, but there's 3 players here. And I think now maybe Alexi chooses, let's go out Palace. If they're going to be aggressive on ramp and we can wrap behind him, make it an uncomfortable situation, because now they think there's presence on ramp. Smoke is going to delay any idea that NIP have.
Yeah, that slows it down, doesn't it? And allows them to relocate. Config walks right through. He is such a maniac. Taken down by Flames in return. That's important, but what a bold play to come up with. And now Rez has snuck through another smoke. Flames is not ready for it. Up close and personal with the Mac 10 and Neofrag. They've got the right read. They have a good idea that he's down here. Flashbang could not have been better. Absolutely rocked by that. And Fiku and Nico, what do you do right now? 2 on 4. Make it a 1 versus 4, in fact. Fiku is on his own. Imagine, a very comprehensive round.
Imagine walking through smokes at 14-15. That's how you get it. That's how you take it to overtime. And after that, I mean, the entrance from Config going through the smoke is awesome. This walk through the smoke to get Flames as well and jungle. But then after that, they know there's one more player aggressive top ramp. They know what the setup is, so you call for a flash from your jungle player who just got that first kill. Oh, man. What a way to lose a round for OG. 15-15. We've got overtime.
What a delight. Yeah, the flash timing on that one is insane. But yeah, Config able to make these plays. I mean, Man, this player was in limbo for a long, long time, right? It was his career in some question, obviously, after getting booted from Astralis and sort of playing as a stand-in in various positions. But this is the value that he brings to a game, and it's kind of hard to overlook.
We know Homeboy ain't scared to go through a smoke at 14-15. We know of all players in the world, Config probably gets excited for that kind of a play, at that kind of a situation. They've really tried to set Hetrick up for a pick into the A bomb site with this AWP, and a couple times he's been blocked off.
Yeah, that's true. He's wanted to make that play up the ramp. This is a potentially... All right, if they go all the way, it's different. But I was going to say otherwise, it could be a little bit of an awkward flick. He's got the right idea. He kind of almost knows now he does, but he's been spotted on the other side. And he realizes he's not going to get a repeat after that. It's really thin margins that we're working with here, the difference between life and death.
And NIP slows it right back down. More of their standard calculated defaults. Rez in the underpass, Config at top mid, not yet. All the way out towards the boxes. Now that Hetrick has joined up with them, they want to start taking control, and it's at the same exact time OG go for some mid-round push.
Hetrick, he's been really good in this position to pick them off as they show up. Going to be a run boost on the other side. You're in a lot of trouble here, Flames. Double peek down below in that underpass position. He wanted to go for the fight, and he did some damage, but it wasn't really enough. And Neofrag going to be playing around the smoke. Config's here hunting for it. Nearly getting that one. You can see, you can feel it right now. Brolin's just been hiding out in the open. He was just crouched there. If he gets peeked from any other position, he might just die.
I think this
was perfect.
This is NIP, and this is maybe Alexi just kind of calling tactics that allows the extremities of his players to make some plays because they know the defense is being lured towards middle.
Look at the time.
Yeah, B bomb set exposed though. Nico's here. Nico and Fiku. Nico gets back just in time from Catwalk for a double kill in Brolin's flank. There's no way he can find two. Maybe with the nade for one, but Nico's still alive, and there's no time left. This one slips away in a 16th round for OG.
Man, that is actually a little bit unforgivable because everything up until that point was so well orchestrated for NIP. They had everything on lockdown, but the entry out here, right, there needed to be more pressure on Fiku after that first jump out, right? That has to be a case where he's fighting 2 or 3 people because they were up there. They just couldn't get out with the right spacing, and that is unfortunate. Well played for Nico and Fiku. I'm not going to lie, that still was sick.
Yeah, well, NIP has kind of identified another weakness they've been able to exploit 2 rounds in a row. The last round of regulation and this one, that just Palace lurk, that Palace slide out into the A bomb site has netted them 2 opening kills. Dexter gets flashed just enough to force him away from mid-aggression.
Flames still topping the scoreboard. Not quite. Rez is actually overtaken him at 27. 25 on Flames. What a match, or what a map so far for Rez. Ready for the potential jump down. Gonna make it silent as well into the corner. That's so scary. They come for the peek and they double swing him, and he can't find the headshot. Great opening to this one for OG.
Yeah.
First to 19 if you're new to the format.
OG's been really comfortable getting aggressive at the top of that ramp and just maintaining its control and maintaining presence from the defense. They've been able to force NIP elsewhere on the map a number of times. 5 on 4. And now utility being spent to delay things and eat into that bomb timer. It was an issue in the previous round. It could become another issue here. Back to the B bomb site we go. Config has control of middle.
Oh, and he might... wonder if he's going to try an entry on the B bomb site.
There's 3 defenders here. There's 3 defenders here. Yeah, I think he's going to try and come through with the hit. Good flashbang. There's the swing. He's found it. He should know where Fiku is. He certainly knows now. Not a clean fight, but he does find it eventually. Nico's still alive, still battling, and into a 2-on-2. Plenty of time for the bomb to get planted, but here comes the retake.
Config, though, he hears it. He's ready for it. Crouches in. How does he lose a fight? Neofrag! That's a very, very swift shot to get Config out of the round. And Brolin, he's had himself some great rounds, but now they need him to step it up here and win a round in overtime. It's going to be the second one right at the edge, and Flames had all of the advantage. He will pick him right off. A close 1 versus 1, but OG will pick it up. They're so close once again. 2 more rounds, and they'll make it through this nightmare of a game on Mirage.
Yeah, that's his own smoke that really made that a difficult 1v2 to win, but this is the fight that wins it. Config really wanted that. I mean, that was a good advantage for him, but you can see peeking around the smoke, he doesn't have the vision advantage as he slides around, and Flames is able to pick him off. So 2 rounds straight in overtime for OG. One final chance for NIP to get on the board. They fought all the way back. This was 4-11 at halftime.
Yeah, that first half looked like OG had done the job already. They were gonna get ready to leave almost. And now they're all the way into overtime. But NIP, now you can't lose the focus. You need to keep it going. Dexter down in the underpass ready. Rez on the other side, and Spider senses tingling on that side, just thinking, you know what, something's up. I'm not feeling it. I don't want to go for this. And actually, Flames, very strange with his position here, although he's fighting back, just raw mechanical prowess, going to be taking a couple of kills, and Headtrick will bring it back, at least getting that one. The bomb, though, in an awkward position, but he is just so powerful. What a gap shot could come out. That couldn't have been any more shallow than that.
Oh, they needed it, the equalizer, although Dexter's still here peering down underpass. Nico's still over on catwalk, so there's dangerous elements for OG in mid. Here's the run boost, no one peeking just yet. Dexter's actually gonna get aggressive. He wants to come clear out B. He'll have a great chance if Rez comes around this corner. Scoped up, good shot from Dexter.
Yeah, beautiful work. See, is he gonna go for it? You think he'd try to run away, but he's just so aggressive. They're all feeling it right now. And we're right back into a 2-on-2 with 40 seconds left, which is not that much time. This is quickly going to be... I don't think walking around this space is what NIP want to be doing.
No, I mean, they're waiting to get to the end of the hall so they can just start running now. But here's the problem. There's, as you mentioned, so little time left, and Fiku is making the ultimate play. He's the insurance policy. There's no time to clear this. There's no utility to hold anyone back in this kind of position, and he's heard the footsteps at A ramp. He is going to be able to stop this plant.
Yeah, this has to be a straight guess for NIP. They have to have one guy planting, the other guy covering, and nobody... Oh my god, Alexi! How did he know? What a shot! Grenade comes in, and it could have almost killed him, but it lands in front, and Headtrick gets the shot. The round has been stolen back. NIP, no business winning that one.
Unreal. What a fake tap for Alexi.
That's actually sick, isn't it?
That's so cool, but these are the kills that made this all even possible from Headtrick. Slight gap, slight peek. This right here, a little tap. Oh, he knew it the whole way. He's got to be careful, just enough time to do it.
He faked.
One round.
He faked.
Yeah, it's a little too late. Well, that nade might have been able to clean him out. He had 49 HP. If that nade lands on him, it fell a little bit short. Here we go, second half of overtime, 17-16, 19 the winning number. And we're back to OG's high-octane offense, this time slowed by Brolin's push in middle.
Yeah, they didn't want to keep fighting it either. Rez feeling the pressure, and ultimately just pushed out. Like you said, high-octane. It was in the middle, but it was already the A-ramp as well. Flames coming out wide into the bomb site. He wanted to plant the bomb right there, but at least going to make sure and throw the flashbang, although no one's really there. If he actually swung for it here, Alexi, he would have had a free kill, and that would have made quite the difference. Deep nade. They almost walked into it. That could have been the end of one of those players, and there we go. Headtrick. Look at who's on the other side. Neofrag, he is miles away. That's a bit of an issue, potentially. He's getting there quick, and maybe the retake is a bit slow for NIP. 3-on-3 right here, and now it might be perfect.
Bomb's not planted for anyone.
Oh, hold the phone.
Done.
Yeah, full on defuse. And they're going to get it. You're not wrong, Jason. Nobody had eyes on it. Yeah, with the flanking, it would have been different, but he was so far away, and Alexi even getting the last kill. NIP, they're getting away with some ridiculous rounds right now.
Yeah, this is getting really scrappy. This has descended into that, like, who's making the least mistakes Counter-Strike at the moment, and NIP win it here. Everyone vacates. Look, I can't blame him completely because of that Molotov. I think a Molotov might have been a little bit late to actually kill Alexi on the defuse, but the fact that it just gets barely extinguished by the edge of the smoke is a bit brutal. But yeah, that one hurts for OG that you're not even in position to stop anything. 17 apiece.
Hey, they're gonna land right on top of Dexter. OG, they've come so far. They were in overtime. They had the one chance to win in the regulation. It looked like they were going to wipe them out in the first half of overtime, right? They could have won all 3 rounds, if not for that last 2-on-2 with the fake plant for Alexi. It's still all on the line. Let's see what they got. Crunching the middle from underpass and top. Alexi wide out on that box, as wide as you can get. Grenade into the middle. Neofrag is going to get blown up. 2-for-1 trade. Alexi, well timed on that nade.
Oh, Rez has no idea. Rez has no idea. Flames has one. Beautiful as he gets into the window. Rez was backing away from Con and had no clue. Now just a single defender inside this A bomb site. It's Brolin, and he's just staying pinned down inside the site. How do you get past Dexter? How do you do it? You don't. No scope, close up. Fiku up ramp, but Brolin has that as well, and it's all on the hands of Dexter with the op. Bomb is in his hands, and he's got the map to play with in 40 seconds.
And that's just not a lot of time. Surely the word for NIP has to be just wait until you hear him.
Okay,
Don't
Brolin,
engage
going
him.
halls. Let's see it.
He's going for it, isn't he? But he can't run the whole way. I mean, he's going to be so low on time.
Yeah, Dexter's taking a really long route to get here, and he's going to have to run when he gets to pillars. Brolin's going to be able to have the sound cue to let him know exactly how to do this. Dexter's being too cautious, clearing everything.
Yeah, Hetrick is in a great position as well. He's not that far away, so even if Brolin doesn't straight up get the kill here, oh, maybe it'll work out. No, Dexter not checking it, and he's dead. 18-17. It's now NIP with one crack at it here. They can finish the map if they win the next one.
Yeah, and OG had the one chance in regulation, right? So all's fair. Each of them get a crack at the apple. Nice opening kill from Alexi. And just really good mid control. Even Flames being able to lurk in towards window didn't change anything. You got to give all credit over to Brolin. Does a great job anchoring this A bomb site. Finds the lurk from Flames, finds the lurk from Fiku, and finds the final kill on Dexter with no time.
Yeah, one more step. They've already lost Nico at the start of it. 4 more kills here. And NIP are victorious. A very hard first half for them, 11-4. They only got 4 rounds on their opening half, NIP, but they've managed to fight their way back here. Neofrag's going to get the kill on Config. Strong player to be taken down. And it's back into a 4-on-4 with what looks like an A finish in this round.
Yeah, good delay on the smoke towards Khan. Fiku and Dexter stuck behind it. Neofrag still with position and window. A lot of pressure at the moment on Rez. He's going to answer the bell again. Kill onto Neofrag, but Fiku and Dexter have slid through the smoke.
They don't have to fight for the bomb plant, right? They can just wait right now, NIP. Oh my god, the jump in the back! Dexter is able to pick it up.
I think he saw it the first jump. I think he actually saw it and knew exactly where to line up, knew exactly what was coming. Now, do you expect Rez to be there as well?
They surely do. They must know that he's not in the window anymore. I think they've already checked it, running past the bomb, out in the open. No one's covering, and Rez just sneaking on in. Fiku, where was the backup? He dies for nothing. The bomb isn't even planted here. Flames and Dexter, yeah, they're the 2 strongest players of the team, but they're fighting for their lives here, fighting for the team. 2 versus 3, they have to hold on to it. You don't want to be losing it in overtime right now. Dexter patiently waiting. The flash is good, but not good enough. Rez, he still goes down, and now the bomb is finally being planted on the other side. It's another 2-on-2, Jason, to try and hold on to it. Head trick. He'll get the shot onto Dexter. And now it's all on this one man. AK, he's out in the open, and even his mechanical skill would not be enough. 19-17 as NIP win it in overtime.
Yeah, some really huge clutches down the stretch for NIP. Alexi B, the master of 2 of them. The fake plant to draw on Fiku from Halls, and that one, the reposition. Once Rez goes down and stairs, they have no flashbangs, and you could see Flames. He's saying one's in spawn, one's in jungle. I'll get aggressive here. Did not expect the reposition from Alexi, and that is a grueling match for NIP to win in overtime.
Yeah, it truly is. That's heartbreaking, isn't it, though, for OG? 11-4. They even took a timeout at the end. They were 10-4. They took that timeout at the end of the regulation of the first half, and just looked like they were so in the zone. They were so focused, and it still
just to round off, for the viewers out there who aren't completely familiar with Apex, we asked you what's going to be the biggest problem on the server for you guys today, but what's going to be the biggest problem for G2 today?
Let's not forget, OG started off this first half 11-4 up. NIP battled that with what we thought might be a flawless T side. Somehow it goes to OT. Then the craziness just ensues. So many crucial clutches for NIP, and I think Jason framed it perfectly there. Incredible resilience from the Ninjas to close this out.
Alexi B masterclass.
You called it, man.
That's what we saw. That's what we saw right there. The calling from NIP to kick off that second half kept them in that game.
Shocked and surprised by getting 2-0 up already, and now they just have to try and bludgeon through a BO3 with 3 attempts to make it to that legend stage. You've got the map vetoes coming in. Anubis, the pick of Apex, their go-to pick. A fantastic map off the numbers as well. Inferno has been safe for G2. As I mentioned earlier, their CT side starts have been shaky, but they've been turning it around with dominant T sides in both their BO1s. I imagine they start T side there, so starting strong for G2 hopefully, and Mirage to decide if we need it, one that's been avoided from G2 as of late, but of course we haven't seen really any maps from these guys in the last month or so after deciding to skip Rio. So yeah, G2 in a great position, and going back to our earlier point, Harry, about how the favourites are doing well, that's just a good sign for the Paris Major.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I think the veto was always going to be kind of cool here. You know, you touch upon the Anubis pick from Apex, how it is, you know, a real comfort map for them. It's their most played. It's one that they have had a great track record on. But, you know, the one thing I'll say is for G2, you know, this is a map that they do play, that they did start playing when it got added in. Yeah. It's one that they were undefeated on up until the RMR when Vitality took them down, if you remember, to even book that Legend stage slot. So, you know, that was the first and only L that they have on record. So, you know, I think Apex still have their work cut out for them, but they're going to have a lot of ideas, at least, for how to approach this map.
So funny to see this head-to-head. Obviously, you know, only 2 maps logged for either of these players, but Modesty at 29.5 average kills a map is hilarious, considering how dominant those games were. They weren't stomps, but, you know, 25, 24-round games for G2 in their first 2 matchups. Like, that's kind of crazy to be averaging 30 kills.
Yeah, you know, I mean, dude, like, literally, we're in this weird world where if you were playing, like, Fantasy and you didn't have Modesty, you're screwed. Yeah, like, you've lost. There you go. Just take the L. The 1%. Hold the L on that one.
Yeah, he's just so expensive, man, for good reason. 600K, I heard.
Same price in that, and of course.
He's a late game player, Harry. You got him for the next stage, perhaps. But yeah, we'll have to. I don't know why you're worried. G2 are winning their games right now. They're 2-0 up. They're looking for that legend spot, and they're looking for the major goddamn trophy, Harry.
Yeah, and they're making a good case for it. You know, they really are. Like, it would have been very concerning to see them show up slow, and I know that was even like a worry that maybe like Hooksy brought up in his first interview. He said he's very much of the mindset that they should just be competing as much as they can. Yep. You know, the break, he was, you know, he was kind of somewhat anxious about, like, you know, waiting to see if it was the right call or not. Yep. But they've come in now, and after a convincing day one, after a great debut, G2 are sitting right where you want them to be, and you can see the unicorn odds there painting them as a clear favorite in this series as well.
Yeah, I am kind of interested to see whether Apex can challenge and take a map like an Anubis, especially one that G2 haven't really played as of late. You mentioned the RMR run, of course. I mean, G2 were keen to adopt this map at Blast World Final, the first event last year where Anubis was in the pro map pool. So yeah, keen to play it. Plenty of data to prep for Apex, and Hooksy has done his homework, I'm sure. But this is where we get ready and we get raring to go in a legend spot matchup. Sneaker on your screen. This guy's been around the block and back again. He had a great day yesterday as well. So I think G2, it won't be a free win by any means, but getting it will propel them forward to that top 16, one step closer to the trophy.
Let's waste no time then. Ooh, Hunter isn't. Little smoke spam all the way down the canals. He's knocked out Kixan from the get-go. Not the ideal start here for Apex. When you're coming in, you really want to hit the ground running in a pistol round. And going a man down in a fight that you weren't even trying to take is not the start that you wanted.
6 damage dink. Oh, and there's so many players here. How do you break through this hold? Hunter just baiting them in and getting every single kill. We haven't even had to worry about his teammate hidden in at the back of the bomb site. Nico not needed. Stiko's out A, but that bomb is lost to the hands of time. 5 players moving over. And Nork just has to wait for Stiko, essentially. But it's already being held.
Yeah, it's been quiet for so long in this 5v2 that they're like, okay, someone's coming from somewhere else. And so JKS is just going to hold for it. You know, even if he flubs the execution here, which he won't. So never mind, I won't even entertain it. Nork, 1v5, he knows it isn't likely. And so he just goes, screw it, I'll throw myself in. G2 with a lovely pistol round under their belts. Hunter doing it all for them there. 1 kill through the smoke, 2 more to follow up, and dropping the bomb really did just kind of steal the round away, steal the show. G2 off to the races with that pistol going so dominantly their way. Not even a lick of damage done in their direction.
Hunter was the reliable one to start their run here yesterday in Paris against Mongols who were having some trouble. Hunter was the one player in both halves, especially at the start of the game when G2 were very quiet on their CT side with 6 rounds on Inferno. Hunter was performing. He kept it going across both maps, so reassuring to see him reliable as ever. JKS and Nico here on the A site with that smoke down. They deny the cross. Bomb dropped. And 2-on-4 for Apex to work some magic. Deagles headhunting. Monacy creeps in for the close. G2-0, unless Stiko says no.
Yeah, and he can't. Like, not with the angles they're holding, not with how they're playing this. You know, he gets 1v1 here on Monacy, but the moment he goes around that corner, he's exposed to like a layered peak between heaven and sight, so he is screwed, and the closer he gets to this corner, the more that reality sets upon him. Monacy never even gives him that 1v1, and so G2 keep that second round nice and clean, only losing JKS in the round.
Business. Felico now. And G2 get to come in strong. Good for the confidence. Whoa, whoa, what are you doing? No swimming. Wouldn't call that swimming, more drowning.
Chickens actually can't drown. Well known fact.
Why? Why can't they drown?
They were made that way.
Okay. Did they just float?
No. They can handle it. I know, they're just made different.
Yeah.
Here we are. Apex, they've got pistols.
Oh!
Jacob and JL.
All right. They say 2 J's are better than 1, and Apex shows us why. Now, this is exciting.
Yeah, now this is a round
not a
you want to
free
make
round.
something of.
It's
you know,
still not a free round.
If you're Apex, it went from like, okay, yeah, let's try to do a bit of damage, to suddenly you're like, hang on, we could win this whole thing, JL! Wow. Another! And I mean, he is the guy you want stepping up. He is the guy you want being the kind of front runner for Apex. Him finding success with the Deagle alongside Jacob here bodes well.
Nico disconnected. I'm sure he'll be back. I don't really blame him after that one. And they have to gamble, but unfortunately the dice have rolled off the table, Harry. Apex have walked into B, and G2 will just save here. I mean, they would have fought for it if they came their way, but not today. Apex win that full eco. Near about full eco, just Deagles, no armor. Get a couple of guns. Get a big smile on their face. They start their series earlier than anticipated. So that's the thing, like, yeah, G2, expected favorites, expected winner, but this is what I mean when I said that this game wasn't just going to be Apex rolling over. They won't waste this opportunity, and they've already shown, even at the RMR, that they can compete, if not complete, wins against Tier 1 teams. Like I said, taking a 16-13 loss to FaZe, decent. G2 are going to have to be careful.
Yeah, that is such a gift of a round that Apex have been able to find there. You know, you're not going to get that every day, but it just gets them off to an earlier start here, right? This first rifle round, they've got all the little bells and whistles they could possibly want. And they even have a little bit of staying power as a result of how that last round was found, right? Even if G2 come out the gate swinging and immediately have a reply here, Apex is still able to be threatening in the next round. So it gives them a nice bit of power to kickstart this game. On the flip side, you know, if Apex win this, G2 are broke, and so suddenly Apex are looking to take the lead. And their map pick in a series where they are the underdogs. You would love getting off to a hot start and having G2, you know, in their heads a little bit. Snap to flush Hooksy out, and that will send him back into the site. Good damage from the nade, but defensive util coming out now, and they go running through with it very fast on this take. Shut out by Monacy to open. They find Hooksy in at the back of the site. Hunter waiting for this smoke to fade. JL on the other side, and he just turns away. Goes back onto the angle right as JL comes through. Good timing for Hunter.
Nice molly as well, but Jacob's got to move. It bounces a little far. Jacob can stay on default right now, and Stiko has the cover, not for long. It's picked apart. They know Jacob's still here, but Hunter goes clearing, and Jacob swings him 2-on-2, and he finds a second. That's sickening. clutch for JKS. He's known for him. He's good for him. But they're not giving him anything. Smoke, flash, flash. They're just wasting his time, and there's not a lot of it. Kit, smoke available, but he gets fought by Jacob, just taking all these wide swings and closing the round for Apex. Big pickup there. I love that exec. They have 2 mollies, one towards the back plat, but then one on the other side of the site, the front side of the site. And so G2 can't even swing and can't stop players from getting out to jail. Hooksy has to smoke that molly, and then they know exactly where he is. He's inside of it. Very uncomfortable position for G2 to be in. 2 mollies cause a lot of problems.
And you know, in the same way back in like the RR when we had that Apex Sprout matchup, it was cool to see Jacob playing Azza. It's equally as cool to see Jacob versus JKS, right? I
sure.
mean, do like that head-to-head. There was a point in time where Jacob kind of was a resident Aussie.
Yeah, those were the 2 power players of Leeds, right?
They were kind of the 2 star men, and JKS has gone on to find a lot of success. So you can assume that Jacob really wants to try and show off a little bit today.
Yeah, he managed to beat Sprout. So bad that Azza left the team. I can't really blame Azza for that one, to be honest. Did look like just a weird atmosphere on the Sprout side. Right now, Apex again avoid G2. And Hooksy and Nico will save AKs, while Monacy and JKS will go hunting.
Yeah, all in all, for a full eco, this is a nice outcome for G2. Right, taking 2 guns out of play, getting out of the round with AKs for Nico and Hooksy. Gives them that much more to fight for in this next round. I think, you know, the difference between having Nico on the AK is nice.
Ran away. Got to play those stats just a little bit. 2 pistol kills from Monacy. Not bad at all. It's G2 with attack.
So I hope this is the round where Hunter drops the AWP into play, because that's what we're all waiting for, right? Getting to see Monacy with his big green. He has just disconnected, so little tech.
Get him out the way early, you know. First game of the day for these boys.
I'll tell you exactly what it is. It's just a Steam overlay bug. So easy, quick fix.
Get it gone. Get caffeinated. CT side Anubis, man, we've seen some trouble here. Absolutely. Some teams still trying to lay their hat on it and figure out exactly how to run that aggro. I think some of the good teams to look at, obviously Vitality, they love this map. Monty have got a lot of cool ideas. Ents have got a great T side on Anubis, lots of cool XX and nade stacks, but also we only saw 1 game, but we saw that map from Heroic, where they had a fantastic, I think 10 rounds or 9 rounds on CT side against Na'Vi at Pro League, but then they botched the T half and couldn't close the map, which is ironic considering it's a very T-sided map, but they obviously didn't have the experience on it in officials, and Na'Vi had a great defense as well, but Heroic, picked that map knowing they were getting CT side, or left it open, I think.
Yeah, I think the Heroic match was like the one in terms of like bringing to attention to a lot of the tier 1 teams, some of the ideas that you can look to implement on your CT side. And I think over time, we've seen this map become less crazy dominant. Like there was a point in time where it was like, if you got like 3 CT rounds, you felt like you were still in with more than enough chance to come back in the second half.
I just want to see Heroic play it. That's all I want. And Molly goes flying, unfortunately. That would have burnt out Monacy, but he remains on the door side.
Yeah, and he did get dropped that AWP by Hunter as well, so he's bringing that with him. Flashed off the angle. They forced the youngster out of position. Full blind.
Thanks to Nico.
And having an AWP through the doors, he still manages to make it work. So Jacob on the receiving end of that Monacy AWP to open up this round.
JKS is a great position, and he can even call for a flash as well.
Hooksy's got so much info, pushed all the way through B, and so that's why G2 have got loads of extra players to reinforce this A site right now.
Big flank. They're going to go back, but they're going to be filtered into Hooksy. They don't even know about this. He's heard them cross. Second player, dropped by Hooksy, and just living here is such a problem. He's going to get reinforced. There's a climb up for Nork, ready. Back from middle. Going to get his revenge. Nico, knife out! And 15 seconds, they found the gap. They faked out that B site. Crossing denied by m0NESY, and so it doesn't matter anymore. A brief error for Nico, baited by the fake. But m0NESY stops it from getting out of control.
Counter-terrorists win. Yeah, you know, in the pre-game interview when Mads was talking to Jacob, and he said, like, is there anyone in particular that you're worried about on the other side? It's like the answer is
everyone.
Yeah, kind of everyone.
Also...
Everyone can have those games, and that's one of the things that's making G2 so terrifying. Is like, you know, you dealt with Nico, you dealt with one of, if not the best, you know, rifle player in the world, and you think that that's going to give you the room, you think that that's going to give you the chance to play through into that A site, and then you go running into m0NESY, who does not miss those sorts of shots. That one was nice and free for G2 in spite of the gap that Apex thought they'd found.
But an even game so far, and G2 will take that given the T-sidedness of the map. Oh, we got the set nades as well that JKS likes to use. Good damage, early 50, just straight off the top. And he's going to take main as well. He has the cover of the orb. So m0NESY, I mean, he doesn't miss him, as you said. He takes one, JKS suddenly able to help him out as m0NESY escapes. This could be perfect. Volleys, good timing. And JKS will grab that kill as they jump through, replenishing it with a smoke. They can't really commit. Good grenades. JKS somehow still standing. Great flash, and he just shoots through it. 2 kills is more than you can ask for. m0NESY still has this position. They don't even know.
Oh, you tried jiggling this guy. That's certain death, and Stiko learns it the hard way. Down to 2, the Apex forces just get melted here on this attempt to take A main control. Flashing over into mid. Or smoke rather, gonna try and take this real estate, and Hooksy will offer up a kill, but tucked in close is Nico. He'll deal with Kixan as he attempted to move in. Nork tries to fake the drop there. Nico doesn't look like he's fallen for it, waiting at the doors. Will get dealt with. Nork tries to grind a way in. Doesn't want to go the way of this AWP. Isn't left with any other choice. m0NESY on this angle. And Nork tries to come round. Dude, it's so wild. Like, you know, you can feel the fear. You can feel the tension in anyone when they go to peek an angle that you're suspecting that m0NESY's on. There is such anxiety around it.
There's only a few players in the world that can really instill, even as AWPers, everyone's quick with an AWP, right? Like, if you're AWPing for a tier 1 team, you're good. But there's only a few players that really put the fear in you, like someone like m0NESY, you know, the Simples, the Zywus of the world. But it's incredible how m0NESY is the real deal. And still continues to get better and better at higher and higher levels with more stakes.
See, that was one of the things that was crazy to me, because I remember when he first joined G2, and that was like, I think I even put a tweet out about it, like saying how it feels like he instills a great deal of like fear in his opponents. But a part of me always wondered, like, is that because he was like, at the time, I don't want to say an unknown factor, because everyone knew how good m0NESY was, but you know what I mean, like fresh to the level of tier 1. And so there was like this idea of, well, they don't have a lot to study yet, they don't have a lot to look at and know how he plays certain situations, they don't have that familiarity. So maybe that's like where the anxiety was coming from in some of these head-to-heads. He just knew he was fast. But that hasn't gone away at all, you know.
No, it's gotten worse.
Yeah, exactly. It's gotten, if anything, more pronounced, because you see him doing it with such terrifying consistency.
I mean, he's proven it's not the honeymoon, right? Like, that's what many players do. They have the honeymoon and then they fall off. Like, someone like the inverse of that is a Yabby-type player who actually on his first, obviously played great for Copenhagen Flames, but on his first debut with Heroic was really poor, actually. And, you know, it's a hard team to slot into. Cologne, he had really bad stats. Heroic bombed out, but the more time that we saw Yabby in this team, the better he got. And so I think m0NESY, is comparable in the sense that like he's just improved more and more as he's played inside of Tier 1. And now, especially that we're seeing G2 fight for trophies, take trophies in Grand Finals, I think, it's proven that, yeah, this is no fluke. This is no maybe. This is a guarantee that you're going to get this guy performing almost every game. This round is a wash. And so G2 win all their fights against Pistols this time. The Eagles do not threaten them. But we have a full buy around the corner. No AWP for Norg. And Apex have to dig deep here on this T side.
They've called in their first pause here, trying to cook up some solutions early on. You just want to try and break through, right? You want to have something that works, just so you can instill a bit of fear in the G2 ranks, because thus far, these last few rounds have just been so one-sided, it feels like. And you've had kind of ways in, you've had like little glimmers of hope in the mid-round where you like claw back a man advantage to your opponent, but then it's the final few fights that just go so dominantly the way of G2 that you don't feel like you're making much of a dent. It's like you're getting some kills that have the potential for impact, but by the end of the round they end up feeling like low impact as they didn't put you in a position to win it. m0NESY scoped up over here in middle. He's got a little gap on that smoke to play around. Free Fire is a very real threat here, and they are barreling on through. You breathe a big sigh of relief. That is such a huge kill to find. You knock m0NESY's AWP out of the round while you get this mid control.
G2 is so proactive. They've pushed 2 players A, 2 players B to try and trap lane, and they've cleared it out. It's a massive kill. They know mid's corrupted though. They've got to turn their sights back to middle eventually. If they full send this, they just lose A. But the question is, do Apex go A? Can still wrap this Temple B side. They've got some cool nades of Apex. I've already seen some new lineups in this map. Going all the way over to land in the B Temple. Or, sorry, that's towards CT. Wow. What a way to flank through the spawn and go for this B hit. But with that smoke getting heard, Hunter knows what's up. HooXi locks them inside of the hallway. And they might have to come through. Creepy crawly.
They start to run out. Back to the site is Hunter, but it's just the one and done. HooXi can't stand the test of time either. It's JL with both the openers. The man to plant as well. There's this fast B main wrap. Norg scoped up, down at lower, going to make quick work of JKS. And even though Nico's arriving on this wrap round, they are all looking his way. There were 3 players homed in on B main. Nico is dealt with. They don't break a sweat. And so they find that first kill in mid, and they deliver on the round.
Some really cool mid-rounding from Apex so far. I'm liking how they're using middle, and obviously supplemented by getting that opening kill. One thing I've noticed from m0NESY is both times he's either been blinded or smoked at mid, and he's going to fall back. He doesn't take that like random smoke shot, that random blind shot to run away, like maybe not wanting to show the orbs there. But in that case, for example, if he fired through that smoke, he's going to get a kill. There was so many players behind it. So, wonder if he keeps trying to hide that fact. Because he could have survived if he got one with him. Hunter gets a big kill, trying to grab the AK and swap sides.
All right.
He's still in the hot seat. m0NESY with a quick drop, catches JL looking nowhere.
Oh, there's a man through main trying to trade him, but m0NESY just gets away.
What a move.
The aggression from Hunter over at long. He at least gets the spot that there were 2 players here, but ends up giving away that rifle in the process. I think maybe you're hoping that that kind of baits them into following through with this B play.
Yeah, that looks crazy, but that was a flash play for G2, and on a round like this, it's you've got to make a play. If you sit back in your sight, you'll lose. And he actually blinded the rifle, but it's the AWP from afar that provided cover. JKS takes his position, and so this may be unsuspected. m0NESY, what a shot, and JKS even gets a pistol kill. How have they won this round? 3-on-1, 45 seconds. Stiko with a lot to do.
Stiko v Nico, the fight of a lifetime. And Stiko's going to win it, but he's very, very low. He does not emerge from that unscathed, and so this kind of decides the round, you'd like to think. 21 HP, he's looking at long, he's toying with the idea, but he knows he can't do it.
Wow.
And so G2, with just pistols, managed to find the round. Couple of key moments there. Hunter getting the opener, full sending it out through long, building a very good picture of where Apex were looking to end up. And then on top of that, you had Monacy, obviously, you know, can't go around without having this guy get involved. Dropping mid, which is
so
really ballsy, right? Like, it's really not uncommon to have someone holding this from back over towards boat, having someone at the T-stairs. He just drops in, deals with JL outside of Dark. It's something that clearly G2 are kind of prepared for. That's even been evident with how Hunter has been like hyper-focused on holding Dark in the rounds where he's been playing it. So they know that JL likes to root through here, and Monacy uses that to get the opener, retrieves the AK that goes on to give him the kill over Nork, that also handed the free AWP over to G2.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to be happy about at the end of that round if you're G2.
Just a domino effect of an eco, right? And that's what we talk about when we say the freedom that being on an eco round provides you. You can just do something insane, like drop mid, you know, with knowing that you'll probably get caught by someone peeking you mid, or as you said, at A stairs. But it was highlighted by the fact that G2 saw two outside of B. They knew the B hit was coming, and so of course as a player, Dark trying to split the B site. So honestly, yeah, he's still taking a risk, but it's a little more calculated. He knows he's got a player there.
Even the routing that he takes, the way that like he looks for that fight and then immediately ducks into Dark, knowing that the response will be the guy who's watching A wherever he was is going to be rushing there to get that trade. Like it just shows great awareness as to how, you know, Apex are going to look to go through their protocols and try to deal with that push.
Hooksy the AWPer. We know G2 love a double AWP on this map. He's in the right place right now. Will these mollies be a problem? There's only one. They're not going out right now. They're just rushing. Oh, he's so blind. What could he even do? Flick missed. And a double entry as Hunter gets overwhelmed in lower as well. Don't go through the smoke. This is still winnable for G2. You just don't need to beckon them in. Honestly, he waits for no man. Nice shot.
Gap in the smoke, and Jacob is the one to win that. And so now it is too far gone. The AWPs are broken apart. And Apex managed to find a solution on the back of just a fast B rush, some good flashes to get them in. These pistols, these MAC-10s close the gap.
Oh, yeah, nice to show Apex can do that, so they can flex. You know, in the back of every kill, in the back of G2's mind, they're thinking like, he actually swapped back to the MAC-10, worth noting, didn't keep the AWP. In the back of G2's mind, they know that can happen at any point now, so might be seeing them start 3B. Set a double mid. Done a lot of two-man A-main setups, have G2.
You know, I can relate to Hooksy on like a spiritual level there. You're watching what Monacy's doing with the AWP all game long, and you're like, hell, I could try do that, right? Like, I could try get involved. But yeah, you know, it's one where you end up kicking yourself at the end of it because it's like, you know, they were low on economy. They're running at you fast. The double AWP, maybe not ideal for that to contain one of these faster rounds.
Another broken buy for G2, but we've seen them do more with less. And they actually start very heavy on A-main again. Try to get ahead of this with the same setup, JKS and Monacy. But Apex, worth noting, have never walked dry into A-main. They've always supplemented it with flashes and mollies, or even smoking this position that Monacy's holding from. So it's not come for free for G2. They've had to work for these A-main fights, but that's why they have two players here. There's the smoke, right? Just to get this early control. JKS trades it out, pawn for pawn. Wasting their time. It's a good smoke. And they're not going to go through that in a million years, so Jacob fighting middle. Pushes Nico back with a headshot. But they are vying for the A split. It's down to how much success Jacob can get in middle. It's up to JKS and Nate. Oh, missed shot.
Yeah, rises to the occasion. He does well to get out with a double there. Throws the A-take into disarray. And now it's Hooksy. Redemption arc with the AWP going to be needed here. It's him who missed a couple of sitters in that last one, but this time he gets his 1-for-1. He lives up to his side of the deal.
Oh, he did molly.
Oh, Norks decided against the molly. Doesn't clear out Cake as a result. And Nico, oh, the shot misses. You know you're running out of time. Jacob comes in to lend a helping hand. It's all on Hunter now. 1v2 as he roots in through middle. They're looking his way. They're ready. They're on the angle. And Nork is not missing a beat. 3 in the round. The hat-trick from Apex's AWPer.
Damn, because Nico's so scared of that mid-split that he knows is coming, he doesn't actually move deeper behind the cake, and he gets spotted by Nork. It felt like Nico was primed for that round right there. but he's not wide enough, he's not safe enough, and he gets spotted, only hits a tag. Of course, he was being wrapped, but had to commit one way or the other. And m0NESY with one missed shot, Harry, and look what happens. All falls down around him. JKS still gets a double kill, but it could have been a wash in main if m0NESY found the first. I like how Apex used that Mach 10 as well. Sent Kixon jumping around the corner to prime Nork for the trade out on HooXi. That's a better trade for Apex than it is for G2 in that moment. Oh, what a molly timing. JKS has to run through. The rest of G2 around the corner.
Oh, Steeko. There's a lot of them there. JL will wrestle with the AK and knocks out basically everyone. Nico, last man standing, and with an AK in his hands, that's really his prize here at the end of the round. Gonna get out with the gun at least, that's something. Apex could look to try and remove it, but I almost hope they do just play their own money here. And that looks to be the decision made. They're spread out a little, right? So if Nico does try and move too far away from A main here, he will go walking into them. They're kind of holding the extremities. It's a nice way of somewhat hunting. You're kind of boxing him in, keeping him in this little area. And if any moment in this Nico decides, well, I want to try and leave with the AK in case they are hunting, he would be dead. They've got him pinned in.
He might be dead.
The molly just full spreads. And so Jacob will knock the AK out.
Well, they can buy, but yeah, the AK would be a nice piece for Nico. Not today.
You know, I mean, I know it's still, at least in terms of G2's aspirations, it's still early in the run, but I do hope that we get like a very informed Nico start to show up as the tournament continues. Because, you know, I think for the G2 storyline as a whole, a lot of it comes down to Nico and his lack of success at majors, right? The idea that this is meant to be his last chance to get one in Global Offensive. And so you would want him to play well in amidst that, right? You don't want it to be the story of like, oh, Nico finally gets his major, but it's m0NESY like doing everything.
No, it'd be cool, but also, yeah, you definitely, I have no doubt once we hit the arena, presuming Nico is there, and it's a safe presumption that he will perform. But yeah, I don't think G2 could win the major without Nico performing as well. Like, even if m0NESY's going absolutely crazy, you need Nico. This is the best rifler in the game right now, one of, if not the best. So you need Nico. And I'm sure he'll deliver. Let's see if G2 can get there. Right now, don't get worried. It's CT side Anubis, they're holding on. It's a good angle for Hunter, but it doesn't convert the kill, and they don't commit, so HooXi won't even get the trade offered up. He hears them run away, though. Will that tempt HooXi in? Oh, it really could. Nork's still watching this. Nico found a kill in the meantime in middle. Jacob's been relentless in mid in these gun rounds. He's very low right now. Oh, JL's trapped. Been whittled. Nico wins another fight. Holding strong in this round when they actually need him. This is a swing round, right? If G2 lose it, it would be a pretty one-sided half, but they can still win it right now. 4-on-3. Apex trying to walk into B.
m0NESY waits down in dark. And they probably want to contact this, right? So he's going to get a free chance at the fight, and he wins them both. Doesn't matter what you give him, he'll find a way to make it work.
And I just love the aggro moves G2 are doing. They've just rushed A. Nico reset from middle to push with his teammate, right? Like, this is how teams have started to make CT side work it. You're grouping up and going for double pushes. Doesn't matter where, but just doing it in the mid-round and trying to gain back information. They know it's not A from A main at least, and so JKS can reset. Nico can go on a big flank to play late. And Nork won't even get a bomb plant because JKS is here in time. Unless he plants for heaven, but why would you do that? Actually, you might do that. JKS has been made every round. Good call from Nork. But past that point, he is a dead man. Oh, the no-scope. Maybe we got something cooking here.
First step in the right direction. Nork, he knows he's going to have to deliver here across this series if he's going to want to go toe-to-toe with the likes of G2. Got one in the round already, 3 more to find, and Nork looked like he was going to miss that timing. Goes back for more. Nork, one short of making it happen, making that miracle clutch in the 1v4 come through. And it's Nico to rob him of that right. G2 tie this up at 7-all. It's promising, though, that Nork is able to stand and deliver like this, right? That is a good sign looking forward across this series.
It's even more promising that Nico wins both his fights in middle, resets, doesn't push into Nork's up mid, and he's the guy who has to close it in the clutch up as well. Did what he had to there. Way too close for comfort for G2, but they're just happy they get the round. 3 kills from Nico. A damn nice try from Nork. But very, very important trade. That has everything you would have wanted in that round. Everything but the clutch. Ooh. Almost.
Oh, that's awkward routing. Yeah, he gets caught on the little box made of sand or stones. So, yeah.
Oh, they're going through.
Oh, no sandbox here. It's a full-on playpen inside of this B site. And Hunter
Digton
will get mauled. Plump found for Apex here in round 15. It's a 2v3 retake. Nico and JKS, the one task with trying to offer this up. Or posted. That's one of the big red flags here. Nork has a good degree of freedom to get involved in some of these CT fights, and that looks to be his move. Nico knocked out of the round, leaves it all on JKS. And with how entrenched Apex are, with how he's boxed in by the util, that there shouldn't be hope for him here. The AWP is on the angle, and Nico swings wide, so it's Apex winning out this first half, 8-7. They get their revenge for Nico denying the clutch in that last round.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. XCS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's old? Okay, simple.
Come on, Cold Sir. No, it cannot be Cold Sir because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Cold Sir was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JDM. I think. Now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. 1. Oh. Fallen.
That's very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
Samurai battles onwards against the Apex Predator, and right now it's split down the middle 8-7 in favor of Apex, but CT Anubis is not easy, as G2 learned. We had some nice moves, we had some nice setups and aggression from G2, but Apex, man, they've got some tricks up their sleeve, don't they? And I hope that applies to this second half as well.
Yeah, it's been an impressive start from one man in particular. Nork has really come into this hitting the ground running. And I think to be an AWPer in a series where Modesty is on the other side, and for you to be outshining, you know, is a very, very cool feat. Nork, someone who's been around for a good while now, had that stint in NIP as well. Didn't really feel like the kind of solution to the problems that roster was having back then. Oh, Hootsy, mid-air!
My God.
And JL is a dead man. Fast out mid. G2 have exploded into this A site. Apex have a fast flank in through main available. G2, man advantage in the post plant. Time to get set up as well. And they're even going to take main back. Double set up here. JKS playing the same role in the T-side pistol as he does on the CT half. Oh, dealt with. First man falls. They try to reinforce the line here over towards main, but that leaves Monacy in a very uncomfortable angle out on an island. His teammates have dealt with Connector, and that gives G2 a lot more freedom in this 3v2 to pick and choose their battles. They're not getting sandwiched anymore, and so they will focus all that attention back towards main. They lock in the pistol, and it's Hooksy to make it happen.
Yeah, and Hunter's been really solid. Wins those post-plant fights as well, right? He's been in a very difficult role down in dark on the B-bomb site, playing those smoke fade timings. More often than not, it's to just lose B, and he would not really be able to get more than one in his rounds, but able to shut down his pistol and level the playing field 8 apiece. No force up. Apex want those guns ASAP. Flash for B. Bit of aggro, and not much to it. Easy money made for Nico, and G2 getting rid of the pistols, as they've had no problem doing, with the exception of that third round.
All right, one kill for Kicksan. Now that should be it. That's pretty much the end of the line here. Nico comes in, and so he's going to be like kind of the best Sanji ever here, as 4 kills off the MAC-10, has crowdfunded an AWP to come in at the earliest convenience for G2.
That's really nice, yeah.
They will decide against it, though. Playing rifles right now.
Oh, you baited me. I thought they bought it, Aaron.
Nah.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need it, right? You don't need it by any means. Still, quote-unquote bonus. 2 Galils, MAC-10. Play with your speed. Limit test a little. Dark smoke cuts Jacob off. We have a double main for Apex and A, running a similar setup. Harder without the AWP. They might even re-aggress together. Ooh, catching the two. Almost looking the wrong way. Modesty turns back in time and gets that kill. Nork is very low. He's on the clock. They're running him down. Cover comes in, and JL does save the day. That's the bomb. Monacy's also low. This is not guaranteed for G2. Back turn for JL as he heard them coming in through middle. This split was well timed from G2, and no one knows where to look.
Oh, JKS is on a timer here. He will get the bomb down, but this peak from main is coming. JKS, gun out in time, brings it down to the 1v1. Kicksan moving in, has Hunter to beat. He's tucked in up close. Good angle for Hunter. Kicksan gonna have to nail this on the pre-fire. Got to check it as he moves around. He lands the dink, but not the killing blow.
Ouch.
That's the way the A1S, that's the way the M4 goes.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of orgs this tournament for reasons like that, right? Playing close positions despite the scope. And, you know, you don't like hitting the first headshot but still losing the fight. They have the same gun there. That's a round for Kicksan. Nice save from G2. They use that MAC-10 fast out middle. Just get to death run their way for an A split. That's why you don't want the AWP as early as possible. They're going to run it back. MAC-10 on Hooksy against the pistols.
See, whenever Hooksy lets out one of his little bootleg noise. That's
mouse.
He does it a lot, right? Whenever G2 are having a good game, you'll hear that.
Sick.
Yeah, it's got a very specific like tone and cadence to the laugh, and that's kind of like the war cry of G2 to an extent.
Old Michael Mouse. Harry does a great Goofy impression, but I'm sure he's too embarrassed to do it.
I'm trying to remember what Goofy even sounds like, man. Ruh-roh.
No, Raggy. Close enough. It's 10 to 8.
Just the pistols.
Yeah, just the pistols.
Still, we've seen them win these sorts of rounds before. Will this be another one of them? JKS and Honesty do not seem to think so. Neither does Hunter. All the G2 have taken an issue with it. And JL might find 2 on the backstab. But everyone else has been dealt with in the site. We try to give him this fight here. Hooksy. Moment of confidence there as he runs down the last man.
All right, G2 in control, but let's see a full buy for Apex with everything they need. Hopefully Nork on the AWP, and indeed he's got it, because this guy put up a fantastic first half. Almost got a 1v4 clutch.
Feels like, G2 have kind of held off buying the AWP till they knew Apex have the money to bring their own out. So they've kind of waited till now to bring that AWP into play. Both AWPers with the big green.
There's also the pace of the rounds they're playing, right? Like, now there's loads of util and there's everything. There's going to be a more standard round, more of a default for G2, but in the previous rounds, they're playing MAC-10, they're playing as pistols. There's no mollies. They can go fast. They have freedom. Now you know the AWP is here. JL, scary in middle. The smokes are down. He's trying to make up his mind. He'll get one in the middle. But they can still play through and over this. That lip on the left wall gives you a nice angle to fight. Oh, Jacobs won the fight to Nikov with a B push, killing him in middle. Gooksy don't care. He just lobs in his smokes for the A attack. And Monacy patience pays. Oh, but he misses again. He will follow up. JKS can swing and trade that kill and keep control of A and the bomb. Even through a smoke for Hunter.
That is crazy. Like, Kicksan's even trying to consider the timing. Right as he goes to look away is when Hunter emerges. That's going to seal the deal on this round. G2, they make it happen. One or two moments in there where it looked like Apex could have got something going. There was that push all the way through long out of Jacob that netted them the opener. There was even, the missed shot from Monacy and the trade found on him over at main. But JKS lives in this corner at A main, lives in the cubby. And he was there ready and willing to get the trade, safeguarding the round, especially when you factor in that mid-timing found by Hunter. And I do like how much of a problem, how much of an emphasis G2 are putting on middle, right? It's kind of scary because it's making any rotate, anytime you're pulling players off of mid to go and reinforce a bomb site, you feel like the punish is immediate. And so that might slow down some of these rotates as time goes on. It might start pulling players away from other sides of the map to go and reinforce middle. It's kind of like a domino effect almost, right? Even though you started this round in a 5v4, you were still feeling that need to get aggressive, still feeling that need to take a bit of pressure away because you're a little lax on mid, and you know how much G2 are exerting their control there. Timeout called in for Apex. They've quickly racked up the majority of their timeouts being used here, as this CT side is encountering a lot of problems.
Yeah, and that's despite them, coming in with some plays being made, some pushes. Right, you can't sit back forever. We've seen the effect of passive CT sides with exactly what you're talking about in middle and some of the A splits G2 have had, pushing smokes, and MAC-10's running through Acon. So yeah, clean half right now for G2. Let's see if they can keep it so in a crucial gun round now for Apex. Nork on the AWP. B for now. Being that first point of rotation though.
So I think if you're G2, you kind of just adopt the mentality, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Go back to taking this mid control. It's been yours every time you've wanted it.
One way.
One way around the smoke for Jacob. For Modesty.
How do you play against this guy? Can't do anything. He knows. This just must be the most frustrating thing in the world. You don't even see Modesty.
Dude, it speaks volumes because while the smoke was down, Kickstand didn't even feel safe to try get the gun. Like, that's how, like, paranoid he is about going into this all. It sits at the bottom of canals right now.
You're scared for good reason. I can't even blame the fear. Hunter's killed JL as well, and he's reset back to A. Nico can be left here, but he's already skirting back. Nork can cut this off because Nico's taking middle. It's a chance here. Big shot for Nork. Gonna have to go and reinforce A. They're gonna hear this rotation.
Yeah, Nork very much was the guy to keep an eye on here. He's got to stand and deliver now, and that's a clean kill. Nork, the highlight reel is rolling. Here it is. Oh, out with another. That could have been a fourth, but it just falls shy of finding.
Oh, no cover, no cover.
No one's watching. Hooksy comes in a little later, but he can't win the round anymore. JKS gets hung out to dry. And Nork's heroics are enough to win that round.
Oh, that's a massive mistake for Hooks. He goes back to watch flank, but he can watch flank from the site and still cover JKS. All he needs to do essentially is die there to set JKS up for the round, right? As long as the plant goes in, JKS is in position to win it. But Hooksy goes back physically for the flank, and Stiko takes that gap. A heroic play from Stiko, but a massive blunder from Hooksy. And like, that's, you know, he's not afraid to die for the team as this guy. He knows his spot, but yeah, completely outpositions himself.
G2 kind of recognized that immediately as like their first, like, I want to say glaring unforced error. You know, I guess you could maybe make a case for like the double AWP up against low econ as another one, but that's like one of their two missteps so far, right? And much akin to how last time that triggered an attack pause, they've called one in immediately again. They want to try and address this problem early on. You know, always demanding perfection, even though that's one where, like, in hindsight, you look back at it and you go, yeah, it's obvious what the solution is. Still just wanting that time to talk it through, make sure you don't repeat any mistakes, you don't give Apex a chance to come back in here. It's an immediate refocus heading into this next rifle round.
You won't be talking about that specifically, right? Like, you know, Hooksy knows he's screwed up, but it's more the how getting into that situation in the first place. Nork able to multi-kill from heaven, set Apex up very well. So G2 needs to be careful because they know what the big player, the big problem is on Apex right now. And it is that orb. Again, starting B for Nork, but he'll be needed to rotate middle as Hunter once again peers through this mid Molotov. Look how much room he has. This forces that rotate. It's a rifle for now. Nork watches dark. Bomb is B, but 4 players of G2 are set up for this A hit right now. Gonna have to end up going through that temple smoke eventually. This is a nice fake out, but it doesn't work because they lose both players. And I say fake out, the bomb is still B, boys, but they're going through heaven on A. Is this meant to be happening? Honestly, it's so far out of the picture right now. Crucial kill for JL, but Hunter has rolled out the red carpet, and Monacy needs to run it now to get back to this site. This is awkwardly out of position, but Apex don't know it. So they're in no hurry.
Yeah, I think right now you just have to wait. Right? You have to kind of admit that you've hit the weird zone of the game and see if you can catch anyone in rotation. So they're trying to see if anything's offered, but nothing's gained. Monacy left in this alone. 2 players up in heaven to deal with it. He's going to try and take the routing back in a B. Monacy in the 1v3. He will have time to get this bomb planted. He will have time to embark upon this clutch. Rev, was it time for the flash to show us what it's got? It's now, but they're close, already through CT. They are hot on his heels here, and Nork will nail the shot. I really, you know, you've got to give Nork credit for the display that he's showing right now, for the performance he is giving us, 22 and 12. He is the top performing player in the server. And, you know, it's taken, you know, kind of being pushed to their limits, but sometimes that's what you need. You need someone to give you that goal, someone that you go, I want to be better than this guy. And it feels like that's what Nork's doing right now.
I don't even want to say that was a mistake for G2. I'm sure they had an idea behind it, but I thought they were going to use the mid-split to actually go temple and fake out that A hit. Sure, they had players trapped in A main, and I guess Apex did get way more kills than G2 are ready to concede in that position, but with Monacy outside of B with the AWP, waiting for with a bomb, waiting for the push. He gets a kill, they reroute perhaps, but he doesn't get a kill, and look what happens. It's such a long road to get back to A for him. Like, I'm thinking, what's the best case scenario there for G2? Well, they kill everyone in A main. Monacy is still in the wrong position with the bomb. So, what was the grander scope there for G2? Either way, it doesn't work. A clutch denied by Nork. A kill that has higher impact than, you know, you can imagine. Because Monacy's ready to win that round, I'll tell you that. This game is tight. 2 rounds in a row for Apex. A late activation on CT side. Oh, the jump spot. Honestly didn't see it. And Nork again wins that fight. This head-to-head is getting very interesting.
I mean, it's got to be Nork-sided by now. It has to be.
Yeah, surely. I mean, Monacy... Ooh, what's Suxi? Oh, okay. Standard molly. Nork goes for more. Oh, yeah, they set him up.
He's having a field day right now, is Nork. Quite the sight to behold.
Look at this.
Jacob once again with this B-long aggression. G2 not ready for it. I mean, you know, you're in a 3v5. You don't expect them to keep the aggression coming through. And even these guys that have made it out through dark know they're on a timer. They know that Jacob will come swinging in. They end up dealing with him. However, JL is quick to feel the gap. And so 11-12. The scoreline starting to shrink on down. Apex, they're believing in this comeback here. They're putting a stop to the G2 run. They came into this second half, did G2, and they won 5 straight to launch themselves up into the lead, but that is quickly starting to disintegrate. Now just 1 round between these squads and an eco round looming for G2.
And these rounds are clean as well, Harry. They're decisive. It's not clutches. Can't put it down to unlucky. We'll get them next time. G2 are having trouble getting into post-box.
I mean, dude, I think it's really going to beg the question, what would have happened all those rounds ago if Hooksy didn't bail out on JKS?
Oh, it'd probably be over. Nico, what a double.
What he can. Tech9 going to open up, and now he's got the AWP as well. He loses a teammate. Hunter is dead. Nico's got to do this alone. He's on for the ace right now. One man doing it all. We've had quiet games from Nico so far, but he might be here to put G2 on the map. That's the Nico round we were waiting for.
That's the player we know and love. What an entry with a Tech9 tapping every single head. And Nico, he's partial to an AWP as well. He can wield it when necessary. And the clutch to close it. Everything G2 needed to shoot them back up to the stars. Beautiful Tech9 for Nico. And what a hunt as well in the 1v1 to play the gap in the smoke. And there's the Hooksy Howl back again.
And now it's like your worst nightmares are coming true, man. Like, you know, we touched upon how good Monacy's been, the fact that everyone else has looked lights out. It was Nico quiet on day 1, but he's not quiet anymore. He's risen to top of the board for G2. And just what a way to kind of break through an Apex that we're really starting to believe. One man with a Tech9 goes on a tear, robs you of a round, stops your streak dead in its tracks, and, you know, calls everything into question here. Apex, they've got an investment, but it's really not pretty. It's got severe limitations. There's next to no utility. Plays will have to be made in this round. And if they lose it, they likely end up losing this map on the economy alone. So a gut-wrenching position to be in.
Well, they need plays. They've got the playmaker. Nork has his AWP on A alone, entrusting him with an entire bomb site, but one that may be avoided entirely in round 25. G2 are taking Dark right now with Util. Mollies either which way. Jacob and Kixon on the site, and we need that mid-rotator soon as well, because G2 are announcing their presence loud. He's on the Mac 10, first in. Smokes are a real problem, but Kixon plays ahead of 1. Swinging long, that's dangerous. They need a double from it, and Hooksy hits that perfect timer. hammer on the head of the nail and breaks this B site wide open. Bomb plant, these are the rounds that G2 do not lose, and Apex know it as well. They have to save and play that economy game. 14-11. An ace for Nico, and everything changes. Apex are back on the pain train.
Yeah, this save is essential, and you know, G2 won't come knocking, they won't come hunting for these guns, so they're at least going to hold them going forward, but the kind of nature of the game has changed, right? It went from Apex really believing in this comeback, feeling like they couldn't set a foot wrong, having the rug pulled out from underneath them. G2 is sprinting towards the finish line now. And we're still in that spot where, you know, for Apex, the money still very much is the thing deciding the outcome of this game. You're left hinging it all on a force buy here. Up against 14, you're putting everything on the line. A couple of Famises around the saved AWP and M4. That's all they're able to muster. And so, you know, we didn't really get, like, Nor getting super involved there. He was relegated to the save very early on. This has to be his round. This has to be where he provides what he's done across this entire map so far, which is these insanely convincing AWP head-to-heads that he's had. If there ever was a time for it, here's this B-long aggression that we've had as a consistency from Apex.
And I love the molly from mid behind it as well. It means someone can't hold and jiggle you from afar. They have to play inside of the ruins area. G2 don't care though. They just elevate the pace and go back to this mid-aggression. JL, stuck on the corner, still takes one with him, but that deep smoke provides Hunter a window of opportunity and he'll take it. This A-split is coming in hot and the flank's been denied as well. It's all on Nork.
He's got to do it, but 3 players over in main, 3 players coming his way. It's the collateral for Nork, and down in the 1v1, Justin Savage versus Kixan. He's grabbed the bomb, looking for the plant, looking at the heavens. Kixan doesn't move in. He takes his time here, but that's given the plant over to JKS. And a little bit of breathing room in the site. He picks and chooses his battles, and he finds Kixan rooting through the connector. Apex now know that the curtains have been called on this map. There shouldn't be a chance for them moving forward. G2 on the back of that Nico ace on a Tech 9 look to win Anubis.
What a great reaction from that B aggro. G2 have seen it time and time again. They knew exactly what that molly represented, and they go, we don't care. We're just going to commit in. Doesn't matter how much dirty work Nork can do. G2 put him back in the washer. He's had a phenomenal game as a Swedish AWPer, but it is still not enough. They are broke. Famises and aggro with nothing to lose. The gun not out in time. Nork dies after a dink. It will be traded. There's still more questions in this round. Stiko in a smoke. Ooh, spotted and falling off, gets caught as well. Punish towards B for Nico. He's ready to end this map in style. 3 kills on a plate. Nico tucks in, and Hunter helps out to find 16 rounds for G2. That is the map locked in. Their opponent's picked up as G2 set to embark on the 3-0 run to the Legend stage. It is within reach now. Inferno is up next, and we'll see if G2 can complete and convince that 2-0 run.
Yeah, wow, what a way for this to go down. And so we'll have that second map locked, loaded, and ready to go in just a moment. Well, as I said at the end, what a way for that to what a way for that to end up, dude. A crazy match.
Yeah.
For the side of Apex, I think this one's going to hurt. But for G2, it was very reassuring to see as that comeback kind of started to take a bit of shape, looked like it could have come to fruition. You had big performances from Nico to put them back on the map. And they were able to long that out up towards top of the board. It was Monacy, Nico, and JKS really holding down the fort here for G2, and it is just reassuring to me to see that, you know, day one might not have been the Nico we wanted to see here at the major, but he's very much feeling it as we moved into the BO3s, as that legend spot is on the line.
Some of those ideas for G2 were cool as well. I actually really like their CT side. Like, it was a 7-round CT side, pretty par for the course. I'd say they're decent. We've seen a lot of teams win games with worse CT halves, but some of the double setups they were doing in A main, the JKS Monacy setup, that even when we saw some rounds when Monacy would like miss that opening shot, pretty rare, but happened 3 or 4 times in that map, JKS would still come out with multi-kills, and Apex put a lot of onus on taking A main, using smokes to even cut off Monacy's AWP so they can focus JKS. He still got away with a lot. Like, he actually ends that game top of the board for his team, and it kind of sneaks in there a little bit because of the CT side, because of how many multi-kills he got. So just a really good game from all of G2 across the board. And then when you throw in things like that Nico ace, man, ooh, that's pretty beautiful.
Yeah, no, that kind of felt like the second wind, right? For G2 was Nico coming alive here. I mean, this is the round. If you missed it, you missed something beautiful. It starts with the Tech 9 and it ends with the AWP in a 1v2 to ace the round and return G2 to their winning ways. You know, this was a thing of beauty. It really was. It was played to perfection from Nico. It was like vintage Nico moment. You can tell by Hooksy's reaction, like that's like the plays that only this team get to make, right? And seeing Nico smiling to himself at the end of that is very, very good. I think even that they were winning on the first day, which he's always going to be happy about, there was that feeling, at least for someone who demands as much from himself as like Nico does, that he could have done more, he could have been better, and he certainly showed a very, very good face here today. So that's brilliant to see, especially when, you know, the kind of big flagship storyline within G2 is Nico, a man who's had a lot of success individually, is still chasing down that major trophy.
Yeah, there's a few players here, obviously, at the major we'll talk about in kind of needing, obviously only one spot, but needing this major to top off their CSGO careers, and someone who has as many, you know, things collected, as many trophies in the cabinet as Nico, as many grand finals and close attempts as he's had. I think he feels like the most justified to be taking a major, especially with this superstar team finally reaching their peak at the right time. It feels like, you know, going into the end of last year at World Finals and then starting this year, Katowice as well. G2 have been on the rise, and they finally figured it out, it seems. So it does feel like the safe storyline for this major. Of course, other teams in contention, but none of them are in as good a form, so it feels. And when G2 put up games like this, it reminds you really what you're working with. And the fact that G2 are now just a map away, Harry, from the Legend stage, 3-0ing their way through, and confidently at that. And I think with Inferno up next, I have high expectation of that fact, right? It's not a map that Apex have, well, they play it a lot. It's not a map they played against Tier 1 opposition to the same degree, certainly not won it against Tier 1 opposition. And G2 yesterday, both games of Inferno, CT side, really weak first halves, and then they go T-side and they absolutely tear up. So I have full confidence in G2 for 2-0ing the series right now.
Yeah, you know, I think that is kind of the sentiment. I want to home in on Apex a little and talk Nork, because he had a lights-out match, did this guy. I mean, it was very, very impressive when you're in the server versus Monacy, especially when you look at like where he sits in the tournament as the top-rated player coming into this series. When you look at the fact that he's the flashy, fast AWPer that we all fixate on, we all look at, and Nork was able to outdo him here in individual numbers. Nork puts on one of the best games he's had, one of the best games he's had versus top 10 opposition. Not something he faces a hell of a lot since the NIP days, but you know, this was one of the things that's kind of heartbreaking with playing against G2 is, you know, what is one of your best games and one of the best games you've had versus a caliber of opponent like this in recent memory is still not enough to beat a team of giants.
insane, right? And let's talk the head-to-head, right? Because we were mentioning during the game, we got the numbers on it. Nork went 6-3 against Monacy, and on Orbs, he went 5-1. That is a stark comparison. 5-1 against Monacy, who was having a good game, by the way. Monacy had plenty of highlight rounds, so Nork absolutely bests him in the AWP. We had a lot of opening fights go between these two players, and Nork was at the front of all of them. So that's very interesting to see Nork manage to beat Monacy in Orb head-to-heads. Obviously still lose the game. He had a lot of multi-kills in rounds that he lost, right? The 1v4 gets 3. That Kalat in A-main, he got 3. Got traded, they lost a round. So there were some heartbreaking rounds in there for Nork, but it's awesome to see him showcase his ability. Yeah. And even though we came into this game never expecting Apex to win, G2, we want them to win. We think they should win. They are favorites. They're doing it right now. Apex have 3 BO3s, and they got to win 1. Right now, in Nork in this form, I think that's very viable to see Apex in the Legend stage.
Yeah, one of the things that's like super impressive to me as well is that like Monacy's someone who fares well, even when you compare him like in head-to-heads v like the likes of like Simple and Zywoo in individual matches. Like normally he does exceptionally well in those sorts of head-to-heads. So the idea that it was like Nork the one to rise up and beat him is very, very cool for Apex, and it was sick to see, but you know, not enough across the board, across the rest of the team to kind of fill the gaps, right? Because it's like when you look at Apex, it was kind of this feeling of like, okay, they've dealt with Nork, they should go on to win the round now. Whereas when you look down the list of G2, it's like, yeah, guys, we got Nico. Oh wait, JKS is top fragging and like doing a phenomenal job multi-killing. Oh, Monacy's fast as hell. So when we get down in the 2v2s, we end up losing. Hunter's just like a kind of backbone player, you know, like he'll put up numbers and do it with consistency. So yeah, you know, it's a bit of a heartbreaking way for it to go for Apex. This very much was their best chance in this series. As we get ready to head to Inferno next, I am worried for him.
Yeah, I'm not worried because I think Apex also knew this. We saw that in the interview with Jacob. Like I don't think they had expectation to be the favorites today, and the fact that they are competing against G2 is a good sign. I just hope that they get good draws moving forward if they do lose this game. It's still an if, folks. Inferno is up next. It's G2's pick in the series, and with them likely starting on T side as well, that could be very, very good for G2 given their T side so far this event. So join us in just a moment. We'll be back with Inferno to see if G2 can go to that Legend stage.
The first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going Fish.
Let's try. He's older than 31. Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 meters. Cold Sarah, let's go. Cold Sarah, we got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 meters?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiburg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case.
Okay, let's try Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it. I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats was on point. Lost us.
G2 are just one BO3 away from locking in their slot in the Legend stage, doing it 3-0 as well. That would subside any worries that you might have had coming into this and quell any doubts of slow starts for G2. On the other side, Apex, who put up a valiant fight on Anubis, now have to take the fight to G2's map pick of Inferno. I think the task gets a hell of a lot taller now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. A map that, while G2 have proven on one of their favorites, one of their home picks, it's not one that Apex have played anyone near to this level over on LAN of the tier 1 teams they've taken on. So this will be a true test, but with some players looking solid, JL and Nork, maybe there's a way, maybe there's a world. I want more from Stiko in this game. We know him to be the experienced player of Apex, someone with a great brain and has a lot of tricks up their sleeve, knows the engine very well, but can he put it up in the numbers today? We'll have to wait and see. He's in a good spot right now. Julie's in apps. Jacob the same on B. G2 walking up mid. That's a nice tap. Nork again. Another head-to-head against Monacy comes up for him.
Yeah, G2 are going to try and explode in. Perturbed by that first kill going the other way. Hooksy will get that one. As laboured as it is, he's locked in the 4v4 and forces this long player back into the site. Stiko arrives, but he's flubbed the opportunity here. Very slow firing dualies. Zaiwu has spoiled me with how fast he's able to fire them. Oh,
that works.
Well,
Nico's alive.
Never even got to see how quick Jacob's capable of firing those things off.
He's fired.
And so this is the save now. G2, they might have lost that first man. They might have gone 4v5 to open the round, but they don't lose a single player past that point. So the pistol is in the pocket of G2. We're talking about the map and how this is going to be an uphill battle for Apex, to say the very least. Last time, the G2 will have lost to an underdog here. We'll all remember it. It was back at the RMRs for the Rio Major, where they lost to Gamer Legion.
Oh, wow, you really had to do him like that? Was that the Elim game? I think it was, right?
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Harry.
We'll all know it. So,
Harry.
No, but I'm saying, that's the last time. That's how long ago it was since they kind of lost to an underdog here.
Almost a different team nowadays, right? A lot more things in their playbook, a lot more confidence. I remember that game, they played just extremely passive. They played with no bravado. And, yeah, they kind of had it coming to them. But I think they learned their lesson, and we don't see that G2 anymore. Even if they do occasionally leave a gun in spawn. Did you see that happen twice on Inferno? It happened once in our game on the Mongols. Then Nico did it against Complexity. He left his M4 in spawn. And then he got B-rushed, and he had to run back to spawn. And they lost B.
Yeah, you try to give them as many chances as you can. You have to artificially spice the game up a little,
Sure. Yeah, make it fair. Yeah, when I said G2 are playing 4v5, that's not what I had in mind. But Nico, he's got his gun, and he's putting it in the right place. Bullets in the face, and B open for business. Just going to be saving this force buy for Apex and giving it another go. Meanwhile, over on the other stream, in the 3-0 game, or I guess the 2-0 game, 4-3-0, FaZe have just taken map 1 against Ents, FaZe's map pick. Ents with a late game comeback on Overpass on their T side, and FaZe closed at 16-12. So, right now, favorites are winning, Harry, and that's rare. It's a nice feeling. Majors are where the upsets happen. Majors are where things get weird. But all is right in the world.
Feels right. And also, I'll say, it's more like, to my money, it's more like RMRs is where the upsets happen.
Sure.
Ages, the pressure's a bit.
It happens.
It does happen, but it's nice that right now everything's kind of going down as it should.
Agree. We always have a dream run here and there. Jame played in 2 major finals, won one of them. B&E, every major come through, surprise. These things happen. Nothing is guaranteed. But G2 know that, and they are putting their money where their mouth is. Hooksy. bit before the flash, but Molly's trap players in, and Nico is just solid. Another opener on this B bomb site, and he wants more. There's 3, there's often more. JL on the boost. Smoke, Hunter will go through with it. Okay, careful, G2. Eagles are getting weird. JL drops off. And they're actually going to full rotate round, go back towards A. Does Nico hear this, though? Might not. They're running right up into middle right now. Long smoke will cut Nico out of the picture. Oh, that was close. Oh, he hits it. Finds Monacy, bomb loose. JKS needs these kills. They come through with ease. And they know Stiko's on the long side, locked out by smoke, gives G2 the path to plant. There's a gun.
He's armed, he's dangerous. Bomb has been planted. Rooting in through the apartments. Nico and JKS, both on 2 kills apiece. Hard to break apart. JKS swings on out, and it is very good to see him carrying across that strong performance from the opening map. Not want to give anything away for free is JKS, so he'll deny that clutch right at the end.
He has been solid, hasn't JKS, this tournament, right? A few maps in, but no middling of the pack performances. Been there when they need him. Was top fragger last map as well. Banana take for Apex. They stay back in the bomb site. I hope G2 just give them a few more seconds of comfort. But of course, Nico just walks through the smoke. Let's Monacy the opening kill. Still getting dumped. Not bad at all. But Monacy won't be given this opening kill. Jacob. Oh, I say it. There it is. Oh. You don't even get a chance.
It's meant to be the angle where you can, get a pixel of vision and then get off of it, but Monacy nails that shot.
Even if Jacob was 100% accurate, he's still dead because he's going to get the dink, right? And then he's dead. He fired 1 bullet. G2 right now making these rounds so convincing by just hitting B and winning it in 2 kills.
And now they're going to go full hunting as well because they want to punish. You want to add insult to injury here, right? You've already won the round. You've already done that part of it. So why not make it expensive? Why not take everything away on your journey? Flashing in. Orp is trapped inside of the pit with a rifle covering. Inside of the site with a rifle covering from the pit. That smoke locks Nork out of helping his teammates here. They end up losing Stiko. JL falls now as well. Nork just wants to live. And Monacy will finally get one back on him. It's a leg onto Monacy, not the killing blow. And so Nork loses the AWP. The rifles are taken away. That is a very punishing round out of G2.
Monacy, nah, you think you can stop me? Nah. Monacy, Nico on the entries, quite a dynamic duo.
This guy is sick.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of. This is at the worst possible moment. All the G2 stars, all the kind of intrigue players that really rise into the occasion. That ace round from Nico feels like it's like reinvigorated him, and. You kind of have this horrible trifecta to deal with on the other side now. At least, the other teams that got to play. Even if Nork delivers another stellar game, he needs support around him. He needs that second man. Early on, I thought maybe it could be Jacob. JL as well is normally the guy that we look to here for Apex, but neither one of them able to match up against Nork on their team.
He's still committed. Respect, but full blind, and JKS just bops him. Pistols stacked at B now. JL just hoping they come his way back to apartments, but JKS is in no hurry. Impatience spells disaster. What an angle for Hunter to hold. Exec over the long side again. Hooksy goes hunting. The Hooks is loose. And look at what he's done. He's cleared out everything. They just need to care apartments. They have sort of missed this, but JKS is on the duty right now. Bucket and Mop at the ready, and A cleared out. Again, they avoid the stack, and you know Nico will not forgive or forget.
Salve, salve, rapaziada.
Or at least trap them in B. Doesn't
E aí,
look like
galerinha.
gun, to be honest, so might wait for his
Galerinha do CS. Cadê a galera da live?
Yeah, but just having him here is nice, right? You know, they're all in the site right now, and if they bring the fight to Nico, oh, he'll take that every day of the week. Last bullet for Nico, finds it. 3 in the round, he sits comfortably up top of the board. Guess the ADR.
Scopec escolheu Anubis e levou o sacode, né? Aí na Inferno, cara, tá na casa dos caras da G2. É, isso aí. É a casa deles, tem jeito não.
Nice. That's pretty crazy. Just 2 kills around average. Easy.
Agora vai ser difícil, hein, pros caras recuperar aí, hein. Eu acho que esse daí vai ser 2-0, cara.
First halves were shaky, you're getting worried, oh no, GT6 round, CT Inferno against the Mongols, I'm not sure about it. They go T-side, they just absolutely unleash. And so them starting T-side is terrifying, but I do think they do need a lot of rounds here. However, they're currently part of the cause. Nice crossfire, shuts it down. What's going on, JK?
Pinou tudo, pinou tudo.
Somehow, some way, Glock's out, Eagle's out. He's trying everything. He's out of ammo, bro. He's fired all his bullets. Get out of there. Even Nico gets caught, finally dead.
E aí acabou. Aí acabou. Perderam o primeiro round deles.
JKS is the last of the immortal players in this game, and he is brought to his knees as well. So it's just Monacy in the 1v5. Nork will shut him down from Banana. It's a clean sweep for Apex. Quite the way to get back on the board. The team ace, everyone pulls their weight, and not a single player falls. G2 back to the drawing board here. They were often pretty liberal with pauses, looking to bring those out as soon as Apex found success. But it's a different story here on Inferno. They're just looking to go next, straight into this next round.
Yeah, probably back to B, right? They just did a quick A split where, I say split, you know, the Abs player was smoked off. 2 guys ran up short and there was an easy crossfire for Apex established.
A economia dos caras tá boa, né? Ainda tem dinheiro pra caramba, dá pra forçar bem ainda. Perdeu a smoke pra poder se defender da mole. Mas vamos forçar a entrada da B mesmo. Está entrando, dominando. Tomou conta da banana, avançou. Agora eles vão ficar marcando, fazer execução. Vai dar uma forçada na A pra ver se os caras rodaram. Padrãozinho da G2.
This is scary now. Apex sent a 3rd man around over towards B, right? They were kind of low on util for the B hold, and it felt like it was going to come through. Now that's called into question, but all Stico really saw was that little flash in a mid. He doesn't really know numbers, he doesn't really know what's happening here. Apex will pull JL back around just at the right time for him to find this long kill. Oh, Nork is so blind. Looks to me it was Stico's flash, and so JL left as the lone site defender is beheaded by JKS.
Aí já era. Aí ganhou. O Nico tá lá marcando a banana ainda.
That's how much faith he's got in the rest of the gang actually breaking through this A defense. He just waits here to rub salt in the wound, swings out right as Jacob hops up, and now he's got his eyes on this.
Nossa, levou uma piabada. Nossa, levou um piche ainda. Levou um piche ainda. Meu Deus. Abalo. Os caras tá perdendo 6 a 1 e o cara ainda pichou o Nico. É isso. Tá certo.
JKS though. For some reason, it feels like JKS has had some of the most impact in this whole series for G2. When Monacy and Nico have been playing.
Será que ele leva um ainda? Ou ele morre? Nossa, levou o JKs ainda.
Even right there, sure he dies, but those two crucial entries and trades onto JL broke open that A site after a very awkward team flash. Does leave Apex lacking. Cuban coming in. We talk legends of the game. This Polish coach definitely included. I found it interesting. Poland is the third most represented country at this major in terms of players. I'm not even including coaches there. They're the third most, only behind Denmark and Brazil. But obviously there's one Polish team, but there's so many Polish players just across European teams like Biha and Rallen, and there's more Flames?
Wait, what did I say? I meant
DQ, not Flames. Use the Polish stars, but without even counting coaches, you have Cuban in there as well. So Jacob,
Nossa, que rush de CT brabo. Já controlaram o mapa inteiro, mano. Nossa. Nossa, marotou em cima do banco.
Now they know, and Nico is aware that he's beat this timing to get into A. He knows that he's got a huge window open right now. There's the backstab. Nico v Stico. And Nico wins it. There's Nico and you need a man.
É, experiência faz a diferença. Perdeu a C4. 2x2, 2x1 já era.
Be in his pocket, or will Nico be the guy to stop it? Scope heard. He's in trouble now.
Molly, the nade, all of it spells disaster.
Where's the orb gone?
The orb's just flowing away.
But now you gotta go for it.
Starts to move up through shore. The G2 are entrenched. They're tucked in here. Does have a chance at the 1v1 on this first player in the site, but he had to win it cleanly. Now they know where he is, and Monacy goes swinging out for his revenge. 7-1 to G2.
Ele ficou de costa pro Nunes.
I do love what Nico does there, right? Like the moment that spot comes in on
Vou entender. Finadeira primeiro, braba. Nossa, eles começaram a dominar o mapa, depois levaram. Porque o Nico foi pelas costas, mano. Jogou muito agora, hein? Então os caras um round forçado. Gastaram tudo que tinha. Gastaram tudo que tinha agora.
Taken. That's a change for Apex. They've not had it. G2 escalate towards A. Hoopsy's been battered by this spam and this utility. Look at the gamble. I love this move for Apex. They've got nothing to lose by going for a play like this. 4 players out of 4 on the A side now.
G2 fully slowed down. Stico, every bone in his body is telling him to try and go for a bit more of an info play here. They very quickly realized that G2 was still floating around and Nork had to get that trade immediately. But now that you've seen this many bodies over towards A, you start to feel comfortable that this was the stack. I mean, look at who's still left up for G2 here. Nico and Monacy with a B site that's wide open. This is going to be a very tricky round for Apex. They might have had the right idea with this quad lean over towards A. It made it feel that much safer. Now it's going to come down to the retake of this B site, and both players getting their rotation now down through mid, up banana. Nico and Monacy have had a good bit of time to get ready inside of the site. Time to pick their angles, play this crossfire. It's going to be spread between
2x2, todo mundo com 100 de vida praticamente.
On this line. It's a big problem. That smoke's been used for a dead angle. Flash for Nico. He's seen a player in the corner. Monacy hits his, and Nico awaits the finishing blow. It may never be needed. Orc saves his gun, and G2 saved the day yet again. Walking to a 4-5 A stack. They kill 3, they depart. They force Nork out. 8-1, and this T side is going about as well as you can imagine it would for G2. Looking like the true favorite, right? Even though Anubis was closer, Apex had a lot more tricks up their sleeve with it being a new map. And a great first half considering they started T-side. Still, if we come here to Inferno, G2 show why they're the favorite, not just for this series, but maybe for the major. And the power that a few days off can do as well, right? Like in skipping Rio, because the same thing can be said for FaZe, even though they went to Rio, got eliminated in the group stages very early to the team that went on to win the event, Vitality. But you know, even they said they went home and they took a few days off. They didn't turn on their computer for 4 days, I think, and just reset, relaxed. I think that's, you know, has great effect when it comes to preparing yourself for the biggest event of the year. Hickson, he's got the gun for the job, but it takes the jump shot. Monacy hits the flick. And the re-smoking is nice. It's going to stop them just flooding through on the back of that pick, right? Oh dear. Oh, JKS regains control of the situation. Orc still might have him locked in here, so that's something. He's going to drop down and try to fight for old mid. That's when Hunter comes out swinging. Right now, the A site is open to G2. You know, if they keep this up, if they kind of really drive home this victory, this is going to be like a statement win to send them into the legend stage. They're going to go back and commit into this stacked B site. Right now, there's re-aggression from Apex. JL feeds them, and so it's just this Deagle on Jacob, and he can't stand the test of time. Everyone gets deleted within the Apex ranks, and G2 just keep racking up rounds. 1 round away from 5 more in a row. A healthy T-side. Nothing else to say about it for G2. And Legends awaits. Apex have anything here to show, really. Not even a double-digit player after 11 rounds. No, but I'm very relieved that this is the game that we're getting. You know, we all love a close match. You know, like, it's always sick when a game is close, or like the underdog's doing well. But for the kind of the story of the game, for the nature of this G2 team, like, this is the result that you want. You want them setting their best foot forward as they continue throughout the major. Fires off as well. They know where Nork is, and they'll probably do their best to avoid him, given the impact he's had on this match. Nice entry for Hunter. Monacy looks for his. Hooksy kills Jacob down bottom mid, so they know Nork's alone at B. G2 with a lot of info. Seiko able to escape. She kicks him, he gets burnt out. Oh, he goes through. That's a ballsy play for Seiko, making it a play. It's the only way Apex were ever going to win this round. Even then, it's far from guaranteed. A lurk smoke, but they're going to go back to B here, try and tackle the orb. Hunter has some flashes. Need to time this together very well. There's that flash. Great flash. Nork forced back to a more passive line. 20 seconds. Nork can win this round. That smoke is huge. He can hit a couple of shots here. G2 need to stem the bleeding. They need to kill this AWPer. In they come. Nork doesn't miss that first opportunity. That's the bomb tumbling away from G2. They've got seconds between them and Nork uprooting the round. Hooksy will get the kill. Needs to get this bomb planted. And with a second to spare, he's going to plug in the numbers. G2 get the plant. Stiko was hiding, hoping he'd want it to time. And now he's got to embark on the clutch. 1v2 laid out ahead of him. Walks into the site, he's in Hooksy's world now. And the life of Martin is brushed and cut down by Hooksy.
Big round for Hooksy. I love the way he plays that. He lets Hunter die for the cause there. If Hooksy plays first, even though he's deeper, Nork's going to kill him, and then Hunter's at the back with the bomb, and he can't do anything because Nork can just pick his fights and swing on the tap, and there's not time for Hunter to fake him out. Hooksy makes Nork kill his teammate, and then he can guarantee a close trade while that orb is being cocked. That's a really smart play for Hooksy to make Hunter die first. Because Nork has to take that kill. He has no choice. And he knows every shot he fires puts him closer to winning that ridiculous 1v4 on the B site. G2 don't let it happen. So yeah, Hooksy, sometimes his aim lets him down, sometimes his sprays aren't very pretty, but that's the kind of heads-up play that an in-game leader needs to make. The right call at the right moment to stop Nork from putting on a show.
The goals kind of change for Apex as this rages on. It's become now just about saving face, it feels like. Good damage from Kicksano open, but there's the reply, Hooksy. Not let them bully his teammates. He protects Nico from that mid push. Nico's been given the AWP, he's low on health. I think that is the biggest worry for G2, honestly. After his ace, where he gets the last two with the AWP, back of your mind, you're saying, like, nah, now he's got a taste for it again.
Nico go kill. Nico okay. Oh, JL's had a couple of those.
He doubt.
Wait, he killed Hooksy. Nico killed Hooksy. Why did he do that?
What, with the AWP?
Yeah.
Oh, no. It really is the thing we got to worry about.
Oh, he's got a taste of blood.
And they don't know Jacob's here. They think they're in the A side for free. And JKS turns around.
He's a rock right now, Harry. He's unstoppable. JKS in apartments is a menace. There's noise complaints.
And dude, Jacob's thinking, where was that? Where was that years ago? That sort of awareness, mate.
What happened here, Nico? Did he uncrouch? I can't even blame him. I can't even blame him.
Hooksy laughing away. Nico just like looks like he's in pain at the end of it. Like
it's like, damn, that's another.
It's not funny.
No ops again. Oh, that's a good one. Oh well, Nico dunks Jacob at top B. And really, this is a beating, Harry. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah, good. No, like genuinely good. This is exactly what I wanted. This is what, you know, I think if you wanted like a really competitive look at the last CSGO major, this is the form that you want G2.
This is also not Apex's go-to.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it should be one-sided.
Yeah, they had a great Anubis. They definitely look like a strong Anubis team who have a map not guaranteed in their picks, but in an even game, certainly a favorite in that map. Oh, no ammo left. Hunter spams him from the back. Nico, a taste of that medicine. Bitter. No spoonful of sugar here for JL. He's going to go through. Give it a go. Oh, on a C. The flank is too late for Stiko. JKS has got back behind the bars. Oh. Maybe. Give it a go. Oh, Guardian.
Grab the gun, but at what cost? Damage done. We'll get out. Nork is now watching over this with the AWP. And so Apex managed to survive with the AK and AWP intact. Still 12-1. G2 running away with this. They can feel that legend spot, man. They're just 4 rounds away from it. They're looking to make a statement as they go. Might have had a couple of close ones on the first day, but here, no such feat. Taking Apex down on their map pick, a map that Apex is super well versed on, and now we head to like the comfort realm for G2. You can see why they're comfortable on it. Another investment for Apex, but yeah, you can even tell, heard Jacob there. This one hurts. All going to try and come through with aggression through the apartments, and he will get the better of JKS. Quite the man to find. As he tries scoping up with that AWP to hold for the rotate backup balcony, and ends up getting dropped by the second man in the apartments. G2 are going to get weird with the routing. Nico, full blind, is wrecked. So Jacob flushes him out. G2 are all the way up through spawn, but this is a timing, this is a gap that Apex are aware of. They're cognizant of it, so they're looking this way. Hunter's low on health. As a result, Hooksy might bear a lot of the responsibility in this 2-on-3. He's gotten rid of Jacob, and he's teed them up for the plant now. 2v2, as the number advantage that Apex once had has been whittled away. Stiko and Nork, the men that started this round off with a killer piece to put Apex in this position, have got to finish the job.
Such a nice reposition from Jacob, but just never expecting the ruins wrap around, and Hunter's position is the power one in this post-plant. Hooksy hides out, and they've got to get past Hunter first. He knocks the first, drops off, and now hides at the back of the site. There is no way back in. Nock's got to hit two blinders, and they swing him together. 13-1. G2 a statement, and they are looking to close out the half without any issue. JKS top of the server right now. It's a delight. Nico is right there. But no one has had any trouble on this G2 team in knocking Apex back down to a 2-1 game. Apex fans, don't worry yet, folks. They have 3 BO3s. They've got to win one of them. This is their first. Desperate times, call for auto shotguns. Oh, the chicken! He shot at the chicken, but he still gets away with a kill. The roar is too much for JKS to bear. Flash play, Banana gonna get traded. Wanna see, smoked off, or he would have gone. He still will. 2-on-4. Time for G2 to clutch up.
They've been in this position a handful of times already, and they've often been able to deliver the goods here. Hunter and Ramon see the ones with the tool task ahead of them, trying to pull back this 2v4, but they've got the util to get them into B. There's nothing to really suck the momentum out of this play outside of that one smoke that comes in now. They wait for that to fade. Going to be about 20 seconds left, and with Apex all the way down alt mid, they know that this has to be the B play. Going quiet here is not going to do G2 too many favors. The only thing it's going to help them with is getting this smoke out of the way. Apex will have 3 players here ready to go. They can assemble this boost on the fly over towards spawn, and that can give them the angle. Instead, they flash in, and they go. They find themselves a second round. They don't let G2 2v4 them for the 14-1 half.
Round 2. Let's go for a rifle, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type Bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Cold Zero. But is Cold Zero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I'll write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, guess right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane. Who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy, maybe. I'm very old. Maybe it's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
G2 looking to become legends at the end of this series, and they are just 3 rounds away from accomplishing that feat dominantly in the second map versus Apex. G2's map pick, they just got a 13-round T side. Now they move over to the CT half. Everyone's in good form right now. No one's missing a beat. This is the G2 we all wanted to see.
Nossa, isso aqui vai acabar rápido. Isso vai acabar rápido. A G2 já ganhou o pique de 3, já era.
They made up for it the T side. Now my worries are alleviated, right? Enough T rounds that you don't even have that question in your mind of a slow start mattering, a lack of pistol round not being a problem. So G2 just gotta get this over the line now, really. And I'm sure they're ready to do so. Go back and relax and get ready for the next stage. A few days off for G2. Just managed 3 more rounds. Flash and B, a little early, but they've got 1 more. Ready for Monacy's dualies. Now's the time. Out it goes. Boom. And they're blind, but no conversions till Nico strikes. 2 headshots, a trade, and there's more. Apex with a way into B. They know there's hooks here.
Jogar essa bereta fora, mano.
Can they stop him?
Vale a pena não.
Entraram
na B.
Will get the better of him in that head-to-head. Fast up and out, but look who waits in the corner. It's Nixan. Fast tap with the Glock. Now just JKS left in the hot seat. Apex want to fight him here. They don't want to give him any chance of finding 1v1s. They try to destroy him on the opener, but feeding the beast. Oh, kicks out, and now he knows that second player's ready to swing.
Nossa, ele vai ganhar.
He's played this perfectly. He pieced the puzzle together and now finds himself in the 1v1.
Ei, não tem tempo. Se não for agora, não perdeu.
JKS with his knifey gets the kill, but it's the round for Apex. No time. What madness is that?
That's the only way you can laugh that off of your Stico, knowing you had the bomb in your favor. But my goodness, a fantastic opener too for Stico, but the closer is ugly. That's not a knife, that's a knife. JKS gives it a go. That's a terrifying 1v3, man. Imagine if he hits that trade instantly onto Stico, he just wins it. Everyone's in good spirits, no one loses there. G2 get a force buy, they give JKS a rifle, Nico
Nossa, que bala do Nico.
and they don't even know that the hooks is loose on the sandbags, ready to cut heads off. There's his kill. Ready to roar with the 5.
Nossa, os caras ganharam de pistol.
End this force buy with ease.
Tiraram todas as armas dos caras. Tiraram tudo dos caras.
Them arriving back on the board, winning the force buy in that head-to-head.
Nice shots from Nico as well, like sets Uxie up perfectly.
So Apex cobbled together a force, but I think
É, tá difícil de recuperar agora isso daí.
Yeah, we're being real.
Yeah. No shame in that.
Agora já era.
Chances lived or died by the results on Anubis, and once that one got stolen away from them, it was always going to be nigh on impossible.
Perderam na Nubes e agora perderam na Inferno. E agora tem que pensar no próximo jogo já. Dá uma olhadinha na tabela, vamos ver como é que ficou. Dá uma olhadinha na tabela aqui. Vamos ver como é que tá. Os placares dos jogos que eu perdi. Não deu pra assistir, né? Trabalhar. Atualizado aqui. Aqui ó, vamos ver como a gente tá. Nossa, a Greyhound foi amassada por essa PEX, né, velho? Eles ganharam o primeiro round da Ford, perderam para essa Apex. O Nip ganhou da Mouse e perdeu da Ence, cara. E a Ence vai pegar a FaZe. Será que a Ence vai fazer 3-0? Quem será que vai fazer 3-0 aqui?
Jacob doesn't even try and plant the bomb. He was aware that that smoke was going to get pushed. So he will get out with the Galil at least. Something, but not worth much up against this.
E aqui a Liquid tomou duas sapecadas, hein, caralho. Foi bem arrastado, mas perdeu dois. Liquid e a Mouse, quem diria, hein? E eu achei que a Mouse ia ganhar fácil, hein? Agora jogo difícil aqui, hein? Fluxo aqui, ó, bem difícil, gamer médio. O finalzinho do jogo aqui.
On the boost. I fear it will not be cleared. Luxie drawing a lot of attention. Stiko's in first. He will get knocked off by that one rifle. Jacob taking some space, but they've got to get past the captain at G2 who's positioned deep.
Marotou.
Waiting for the bomb plant. Cleared him. Oh, he's got it all. All the glory, all the kills, and all the way to the Legends stage if Huxi can finish the job. Hunter will have a go. Apex is just delaying the inevitable. Yeah, there we are.
E é isso. Acabou para Apex. Acabou para Apex. Agora vai para a próxima, né, cara? Ah, eu perdi esse jogo aqui. A Complexity perdeu para G2. Foi amassada. E o Fluxo perdeu da monte, mano. Putz. Eu perdi essas rodadas aqui, né, cara? Também os horários. Meu Deus, cara. Aqui tá jogando aqui. Esse a fez na nuke, cara. E a fez começou na vantagem de CT e ganhou o primeiro pick banda overpass que eles escolheram. Agora a Ence escolheu, vai ter que ganhar, hein, cara. Quem diria, hein?
I mean, he might just be controlling the rotations out there, but it kind of still, it only works if they can get this entry through secret.
Que acabou e a G2 é a primeira lenda. Tá pras lendas, cara, e realmente a G2, meu pick bom, devia ter colocado a G2 mesmo, como eu pensei, com 3-0, olha só, e ganhou mesmo. Ganhou mesmo 3-0. Bom, aqui já tem a garantia de mais um, pelo menos, talvez mais dois lá no meu redondo. Mais dois provavelmente, já que a Ence ou a FaZe, se qual das duas que perder aí vai passar na próxima, com certeza.
No chance to really put a stop to it whatsoever. A little bit of a benefit for Ents in that call kind of coming through the smoke that nobody's on the other side for resistance, and even Brokey's in some trouble. Good first shot as Sunpius jumps out. He had a great round, and that was someone we kind of identified on Overpass was a little bit more quiet than we would have liked Sunpius. At the moment, he's got a triple kill here in this round, and he's top fragging for Ents. 10 kills for him as well. So coming alive here on Nuke. Good double kill from Twist, but can't spin around in time to trade off Sunpius.
A PEN ganhou da Complexity. E a Complexity ficou complicado agora pra eles, hein? Aqui é melhor de 1, aqui é melhor de 3. Agora PEN, quem que vai pegar agora? Nossa, foi amassado, hein, cara.
Almost 4 people on this bomb site, and there's an aggressive push up towards ramp. Robs is holding this. That's hard to check if you're running away from this bomb site. Oh, Diha. Yeah, if anyone would, it's going to be him. He goes for the look, but not ready. Robs will still take him down. And now a bit of an escape. This is a really tight defense phase. They absolutely had to stop that A rush from coming in.
Uma apertada da PEN, cara. Uma apertada e o complexo também foi amassado. Nossa. O complexo tá... Perdeu duas já, tá difícil pra eles agora. Primeiro eles ganharam da Gamer Legends, quem diria, né?
Bomb site's open. Twist is the last one remaining and he's way out of position. Ents might have just cracked this round open. It's a 1v2 for Twist.
Force ganhou da Monte. Nossa, Force tá surpreendendo também.
All the way back, kill by kill by kill. That's a really hard round to lose this one phase. Twist, how much magic do you have?
Engraçado, né? Que a Force perdeu da Greyhound. E a Greyhound foi amassada pela Apex. Mas bom, pelo menos eles ganharam aqui da Mongol. Eles têm chance ainda, hein? Eles têm chance ainda.
The play from Madden is unreal. And that's twice now, because Madden led the way, I believe, out of the smoke in the previous round through Squeak Door. He's just kind of really challenged that smoke, and it helps, obviously, when you get the information, Rain stomping his feet on the ladder and inside the vents to know that he's at the
Deep teve uma vitória apertada aqui contra o G. Perdeu da Ence, que tá dando trabalho lá pra FaZe também. A Ence tá bem forte, hein? Tem grande chance aí. Tem grande chance. Agora Team Liquid me desapontou. Team Liquid desapontando. Será que eles vão perder do fluxo? Eu acho que não, hein? Acho que o fluxo vai ser o primeiro time a ser eliminado, cara. Pior é isso, ó. Gamer Legion ou Mouse, velho. Isso aqui é uma zebra, né, cara? Pior que eu vi que teve gente que colocou Gamer Legion, hein? Pode ser que seja Gamer Legion eliminada.
That is actually a 6 smoke.
Yeah, it is. That's actually really cool. I feel like you wasted it. I feel like that's too cool to use in that situation.
Yeah, it is. Okay, well, just Rob's left. 8-4. Our confidence in FaZe so far is starting to look a little bit misplaced.
Dá uma olhadinha pra ver se tem alguém online aqui. O negócio foi de assistir a gente jogar, né?
Things are looking really, really good for them at the moment, and another timeout is called from FaZe. They're second as they finally get guns and utility back in their hands. Brokey's going to have the AWP, but still have yet to find the solution to this T-side. 8-1 run.
Dá uma logada. Vamos ver se tem. Temos um time.
They want to slow this one down. Might be one of the last chances really for FaZe to get a grip of this first half. If they can get out with like 6 or 7 rounds, I guess there's still something to fight for here. It's just looking increasingly unlikely the way that this is playing. So Payers is right back into the swing of things. Snappy's playing well. Madden's having the openings. What else do you really want here? 8-4.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit more like designed compared to Overpass, where Snappy's kind of leading the way. You had Diha up there with him, but Senpais and Nerds were struggling to get involved early on. It seems like that first map warm-up has done very well for the Ents offense. Wall of smokes, Diha crossing quickly. Rain's just gonna miss the mark a little bit late.
Galerinha jogando.
Diha can come through the garage, but it's a little bit awkward. They both get blind. It gives them the freedom.
Pessoal no banco. Acho que dá pra fazer um timezinho, hein, cara. Acho que dá um timezinho God, hein. Eu acho que a Ence Vai levar esse aqui pro terceiro round pra noobs, hein?
All the AKs are coming at him slowly but surely, and it doesn't matter. And Pius able to pick it up. Roki gets blown up. That's a really tight shot, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no chance for a rebuttal, no chance for a response. He didn't even pull the trigger. Unreal. And now Nerds has got to be ready for the lobby crunch, and exactly, I think Diho is even spamming him from behind. Makes it an easy cleanup for Nerds. Another one for Diho, and FaZe's defense is just getting picked apart.
Yeah, they've set the phases to kill. Don't forget about it, Jason. No. Twist and Rob's left. What do you think about the game?
The game's great. I hate you so much. 9-4 is going to be the scoreline. This is crazy. I feel like, you know, I know like FaZe has not been at the highest level and the highest peaks that we've seen them at, but I feel like it's still been a while since we've seen them get worked in this fashion.
Twist just holding onto the rifle. They're not even trying to win the rounds anymore. They're just hoping not to
lose everything. Yeah.
Please, can we just make it work?
Well, Twist is going to get one at the end of the rounds. They're going to try and hunt him down, but good positioning should be able to. Oh no!
Why did the round last an extra 3 seconds?
It did feel like it was lasting just a little bit longer than it should have.
There must have been an admin somewhere just saying like, add 1 second, add 1 second, add 1 second. I can't believe it.
Twist probably felt the same way. That's a ridiculously fast shot. We saw it from Brokey's POV initially. Just unreasonable. And I mean, just prepared for the follow-up as well. Nice
It really did last for a bit.
Vai, Raikkonen.
I don't think I was normal around.
Tempo eu tô morto.
Oi?
Eu tô acordado, mas ao mesmo tempo eu tô morto.
Nossa. Tá de folga hoje?
Hoje é o último dia, né?
Aproveitar, né? Aproveitar o último dia da folga. Jogar um CSzinho. Ó, acho que o Mega vem.
Aí eu tô brisando nisso aqui, ó.
No que? No que?
Eu tô assistindo isso aqui, ó.
O Mega não vai vir, não. Vamos ver. Vamos ver a transmissão. Saindo na transmissão. Bora.
O cara fazendo um mini motor.
Ai, God. Nossa. Ah, mas mini... Nossa.
Mano.
Da hora, né,
mó
cara?
Trampo, velho. É mó trampo do caralho, mano.
Ó.
Que isso, mano.
Mecânica de precisão, pô. Bateu os pistão. Ah, mas é o que? É um motorzinho elétrico que funciona ele? Pra demonstração? Não. Ou ele fez ele funcionar mesmo?
É funcional mesmo. Colocou
combustível.
É.
Ó, God, hein? Legal, hein? Legal, velho. Legal. Como é que é o nome do vídeo aí? Deixa eu ver. Põe em cima de montagem um mini motor de 4 tempos de ignição de alta rotação.
Garage.
Ah, da garagem. Oh, da hora, cara. Isso é um trampo, hein, cara. O cara tem que conhecer, hein.
Então, mano, eu tô vendo aqui e foi caralho.
Ah, o cara faz engenharia mecânica. Aí na hora vaga dele ele olha e fala: o que eu vou fazer? Ah, vou fazer um motorzinho do um fusqueta.
Mano, é muito trampo, mas você tá louco, eu tô vendo aqui.
Ah, não, imagina montar. Já viu como motor inteiro?
Cara, tem que manjar mesmo, né?
Tem que manjar, cara. Tem que manjar muito, cara. Ah, é. O cara manja, hein? O cara é bom, hein, velho. Ah, mas é da hora, cara.
Ah, deve ser da hora mesmo.
É da hora.
Tá, isso aí é que eu tava vendo um que eu pensei que ia funcionar, tá ligado? Só que ele só montou, sabe? Mas não é funcional, né?
Ah, tá.
Falei, ah, cara, será que existe um motor desse tamanho funcionar? Fui procurar, achei. Vai ficar assistindo o cara montando isso aqui. Mas muita coisa, velho. Nossa senhora.
Ah, o teuzinho tá vindo.
Uns bagulho muito pequeno, mas tipo, que você vê na vida real assim, os bagulho é grande pra cacete, tá ligado? Grande assim, né?
Não, se você for comparar... E aí, doideira? Cadê o doideira?
Brisa, mano.
Doideira. Doideira, bem onde? Bem onde? Cadê o Beyond?
E aí? E aí?
E aí,
O
doideira?
cara bota o ponto do bagulho, tá ligado?
É, mano, é outro bagulho. Olha lá, corrente sincronizada.
Tava falando que tava botado. Isso aí é motor igual o motor normal, né, velho?
Motor normal, igualzinho, cara, mas de um tamanhozinho de... Dá pra montar um carrinho pro meu gato.
Não, mas é forte essas porra aí, velho.
Então, dá pra montar um carrinho pro meu gato, pô, pra ele poder pilotar.
Tá maluco.
Meu gato é meio doido mesmo,
Não,
gosta
mas
de
é meio
correr.
grandinho. Não é tão pequeno não, mano.
Ah, não, mas é...
Olha lá, olha a mão do cara. Ah,
Olha,
tá aqui,
o cara vai montar um motorzinho desse daí, ô, Raika, e vai colocar naqueles carrinhos de controle, tá ligado?
Deve ser.
Meu,
De controle desses grandão.
é, desses grandes, isso. Esses...
Porque os grandes geralmente é bateria, né, mano? Pô, tem
Não, mas
um-
tem
Não,
a gasolina.
não, tem a gasolina. Tem vários a gasolina.
Não, tem uma gasolina, só que...
Só que o motor é diferente, né? É motor igual aqueles de aeroplano, né? De aeroplano não, é... Como é que fala? De... Ai, cara, nossa, esqueci o nome, velho. É aeroplano, né, que fala.
Então, tipo, bagulho, você tá...
Alô, teuzinho.
Tô montando por um, velho, você tá louco.
É legal, hein, velho. É bacana. Aí o hobby pro teuzinho aí, ó.
Vamos ver se vai rodar isso aí. Eu quero ver se vai colocar no carrinho. Porque tá muito bem feitinho, ó. Não é coisa de...
Não, tá igualzinho de verdade,
É,
mano. O
é
cara...
um motor
Perfeito, cara.
que é grande, cara. Não é pequenininho não, ó.
Olha lá, ó. É agora. Colocar combustível. Nitrofuel. Água pra refrigerar.
Vamos ver se meu redondo vai estar não está em perigo por enquanto, hein?
Tá em perigo, hein, doideira?
O meu não tá, não.
Não?
O meu tá a caminho.
Ah.
Fluxo tomando 0 a 3.
Então.
O G2 passando e a FaZe passando, já acerta
Você
3.
pôs qual pra 3-0, doideira?
Fluxo?
Não, 3-0.
Ah, o 3-0 NIP. Esse aí eu rodei já.
Ah, o NIP?
É.
Eu pus a PEN, mano. Eu falei, ah, vou dar um...
Eu coloquei que vai passar.
Falei assim, vou dar um voto de confiança pros brasileiros, né, cara?
Ah, esse NIP aí, toda vez que eu postei nele, eu me fudi. Toda vez.
Olha, eu coloquei... Pior que eu coloquei a PEN, velho. Eu coloquei os dois brasileiros, cara. A PEN no 3-0 e o Fluxo no 0-3.
Ó, teve uma vez que eu coloquei ela no 0-3, pra passar, né? Toda vez eu colocava pra passar, nunca passava. Quando eu não colocava, ela passava. Falei, vai tomar no cu. Hoje eu vou colocar 3-0, porque pelo menos não passo raiva.
Não passa raiva, né?
É.
Cadê o Raikan? Bora, Raikan.
Tô chegando.
Ah, eu tava vendo aqui, deixa eu ver aqui o placar de novo. Eu tava transmitindo, pô. Aqui no YouTube.
Eu tava assistindo no CS aqui, pô.
É, então, eu tava...
Na mão dos caras, tá ligado?
Nossa, cara, eu assisti o finalzinho quase do jogo do...
Pô, aquele Rox lá, velho, ele é esperto, mano. Por isso que os caras gostam dele lá no G2, mano. Ele joga só de arminha fraca, velho. Economizando, tá ligado?
Então, mas ele é o entry, né? Quando ele joga,
então, aí,
pode ver. Tipo assim,
ele pega...
se ele morrer não perde muito, né?
Aí, tipo, os caras toda hora tem a W, porque ele joga com arma fraca, com arma que custa pouco, tá ligado?
É,
e
então.
às vezes ele salva umas arminhas ainda.
É. Ah, você viu? Eu vi o finalzinho do jogo da NiP.
Foi 3-0?
Até agora...
2-0.
Oi?
O Apex ele ganhou 2-0.
Ele tá jogando agora contra a G2?
Não, ele perdeu da
G2.
Perdeu da G2.
Perdeu?
Perdeu.
Ah, então...
A G2 já fez 3-0, velho. Eu devia ter colocado a G2 no 3-0. Eu pensei em colocar o doideira.
Ah, mas G2 não
mas é meio que confiado já, né? Tipo, já é meio que certo que eles passam, né?
Ah, não, sim. Mas eu tava quase certo, eu devia ter colocado.
A G2 perdeu?
Quem?
A G2? Não, ganhou.
Não, a G2 ganhou.
Ganhou 3-0.
3-0, mano. Classificou com 3 vitórias já, mano. Foi o primeiro time a se classificar.
É aquilo que eu te falei, né, ô Drago? Meu xará, né?
Não, meu xará. Meu teu xará. Na verdade, quem jogou pra caramba agora nesse último jogo foi o Nico.
É, mas se não fosse o meu xará lá no...
Não, mas o Nico salvou várias lá, hein, velho. Dava contra a Pex ali, velho.
Não vai desmerecer meu xará não, hein, Draco.
Agora, a Nip, ô doideira, ele ganhou suando da OG, velho. Nossa, que jogo trancado, cara. Difícil, mano.
Esse aqui eu acho que eu tô mamando já.
Ó, a FaZe tá tomando um cacete. A Ence tá descendo o pau na FaZe.
A Ence vai ganhar esse jogo, velho. Porque,
não,
mano,
a Ence vai ganhar.
A Ence vai ganhar, velho. De TR na Nuke, cara, os caras tava dominando, velho.
Agora já dá pra pegar do Anubis. A próxima mapa vai ser Anubis, né?
Nossa, a Anubis aqui vai ser
pegar.
tensa, hein, velho. A Anubis vai ser tensa, hein, velho.
Só por um milagre.
O quê?
Eu coloquei G2.
G2 3-0?
Apex.
Ah, você colocou Apex? Ah, Apex passa, hein? Apex passa.
G2, Apex.
Quem que você colocou 3-0?
GL.
E 0-3? Ah, esse aí já ripou também.
0-3 eu coloquei Monte.
Ah, ripou também, velho. A Monte ganhou, pô. A Monte ganhou do Fluxo.
Agora o Fluxo vai perder, hein, hoje.
Não, eu coloquei a Fluxo pra passar, mas só pra...
Não, olha.
Zoeira, tá ligado?
Eu coloquei a PEN, né, velho? Só que...
Eu coloquei.
A PEN tá quase aí, mano.
Quase.
Não, mas eu tinha colocado no 3-0, cara.
Não, 3-0 não, aí não.
Eu vacilei porque... Não, eu vacilei porque eu não vi que eles iam jogar contra a FaZe, mano, no segundo jogo. Eu, sei lá, me distraí, tá ligado? Tipo...
Brasileiro você não pode colocar nunca em primeiro, a não ser se for pra queimar. Porque senão você tá fudido.
Eu pensei... Então, eu vacilei porque,
pô, mas
na
eu
verdade...
acho que eu vou colocar Fury, mano, na Legend.
3-0?
É.
Eu vou colocar que vai passar.
Eu não vou colocar não, porque a Fúria vai passar, velho. A Fúria vai passar, velho. Certeza. Os caras vão na Fúria mesmo pra poder...
Eu vou colocar o NiP. Se for é o NiP que eu vou colocar 3-0.
Nem conheço esse mapa, hein.
Mano, esse daqui é pra realmente a Fúria tentar ganhar esse Major, mano.
Eu tô botando uma fé, hein. Eu acho que a Fúria vai levar isso daqui.
Ganha não, cara.
Ah, eu não sei não. Olha, não, mas eu me surpreendi mesmo até agora com a Liquid e com a Mouse, velho. Os caras perderam os 2 primeiros jogos, mano.
Isso aí eu já tava de boa, já, porque eu sei que a Liquid é uma porcaria.
O Mouse eu coloquei essa bosta aí. Agora a Liquid eu sei que tá ruim mesmo.
Porra, mano, mas eles perderam...
Não é de agora, mano.
Forze lá, Forze.
O último Major também, eles saíram 0-3, mano, foi?
Ah, mano, mas sei lá, né, cara. Eu não sei, não lembro, velho. Não lembro, pra falar a verdade. Ah, mas a Mouse foi quase até a final, pô.
Não, pô. Major passado não jogaram.
Não, Major passado? Não, pô, eles jogaram.
Jogaram? No Rio?
Jogaram? Ou não jogaram?
Sei.
O do Rio, não é? O Major do Rio?
Pra mim eu acho que era... pra mim eu tinha...
Não, eles jogaram, pô.
Jogaram?
Jogaram.
Não jogaram.
Oi?
Jogaram.
Chegaram até as quartas, eu acho. Chegaram lá na frente até as quartas, cara. Por isso que eu falei, mano, eu coloquei pra passar, mano. Porque... Falei, eu acho que tem chance, né? Mas aí já perderam 2. Bom, mas eu coloquei pra passar Eu coloquei pra passar, né? A Ence, a FaZe, a G2. Eu coloquei a NiP. Vamos ver se vai dar sorte. No 03 eu coloquei o Fluxo. Deixa eu ver o que mais eu... Então, só que aí o problema, eu coloquei pra passar a Liquid e a Mouse. Aí eu tô achando que pelo menos uma eu vou ripar, mas eu acho que a Mouse ganha da Gamer Legion. E eu acho que eu...
Ô, Draco, deixa eu ver essa tela aqui.
Calma, menininho.
Com esse mapa aqui, vocês ajudam aí, velho.
Relaxa que eu...
Let's get this done. Joguei uma ou 2 vezes só.
A gente tem um coach aí, ó.
Um coach de merda.
De meio.
Tem água, foi pra A, hein? Foi pra A.
Quem é o coach?
Show A, hein?
Laguei mesmo,
Pra
verdade.
B também. Foi um pra A aí, hein? Tá avançadão.
Cara, ele entrou aqui já, velho.
Vai, passou o CT. Nossa. Ah, meu Deus.
Ah, filha da puta, velho.
Ele vai correr pra B.
Tirei 50 dele.
Boa. Aí, ó. Pra que eu vou assistir o Major se eu tenho o Raikkonen aqui?
Tomar no cu, velho.
Eu vou deixar aqui, ó, transmitindo o Raikkonen, velho. É...
Bala do Raikkonen vai certinho no cara, velho. Vai tá louco. Meu lá, pá, tira do pescoço, vai tudo no peito. Vai tomar banho.
Com vergonha de mostrar a tela que eu não sabia.
Olha lá, ó, tá vendo? Já ficou clipado já no YouTube.
Vou passar esse meio aqui zoado.
Ah, eu acho desnecessário, velho.
E aí os caras jogam HE, cuidado, hein?
É, desnecessário, velho. A gente tá armado e os caras tão eco, velho. Desnecessário. Recua.
Armado assim, né?
Não, mas tá armado.
B, velho.
Pode recuar o B, pode recuar.
Vários B.
Eu já virei pra B já. Recua pra A aí, ó. Fica pra A aí. É porque... dá pra entrar meio ainda.
Mais um meio.
Entrou meio.
Eles podem virar pra A, hein, Teuzinho. Teuzinho não. Quem é que tá na...
É, eu tô.
Eu larguei água, hein? Porra, lá, o Draco tá bem.
Não, eu tô múmia, pô. Eu tô múmia.
É, não chega.
Pô, tem um meio. E eles estão forçados, hein, velho. Nossa, errei a flecha. Meu Deus.
Tem um pra B.
Queimou, hein.
Um B.
Um meio aí.
Mamei. Menos 42 aí no meio.
Bomba, peguei.
A C4 é nossa, vai vir múmia. Vai vir múmia. Ou, bom, pode vir CT também.
Aqui, bem mim.
Tá com o teuzinho.
Nossa, mano, o cara voltou tudo. O cara tava aí do lado, aí voltou tudo.
Tá bom.
2 eco pra eles.
Isso, eles forçaram, né?
Na real não, porque eles têm los bônus altos.
Não, eles compraram, né? Tá de AK aí. Acho que eu vou jogar igual aquele... Como é que é, doideira? Roxy, né?
É, Roxy.
Vou jogar igual ele, mano. Só de subzinha. Meio direita.
Meio B.
Tem 2 meios.
Throwing smoke. Incendiary out.
Abriu. 2, abriu B, mano.
Fire in the hole.
Quantos?
Caralho, tomei da água, velho. Tem água e 2B.
Tem um no site, velho. Tem nem no bomb.
Uhum.
Tem múmia.
Vamos virar, velho.
Múmia não, é água. Acho que eles vão virar, hein. Acho que eles vão virar. Nossa, já virou. Boa. Ele queria pegar a rotação, velho. Calma, Recan. Segura, Recan. Tem um pro CT e eu acho que um pro bomb.
Brother, tem um cara na esquerda, hein? Cuidado, hein? Fica sempre na esquerda, aqui, ó. Esquerdinha.
Pegou a W, hein?
Tem
O
smoke.
Beyonder tem...
Defusa. Ah, mano, queimou, velho. Não acredito. O cara cagou nessa molotov, cara. Mas não é possível, velho. Vou comprar até umas Zeus aqui agora, que eu tô com raiva.
Compraram?
Não. Eco. Ô, faz assim, meu Under. Joga na A com o Raikan. Joga daqui de trás, ó. Aqui, ó. Pra olhar o meio. A gente marca recuado. Deixa o meio pra eles. Aí joga eu e você aqui cruzado.
Molotov meio.
Tem A. Foi pra A1, hein? Tá pra água. Água 2.
Tem um B.
Pego.
Grenade out.
Tem aqui.
Tem meio.
Entrou água.
É
Caralho.
B. Entrou B já.
Meio B. Meio A.
Ah, veio de baixo.
Valeu.
E aí, vocês querem forçar? Ou vocês querem fazer eco? Se fizer eco, dá pra comprar W.
Eu não
Faz
quero.
o eco, então demorou.
Então faz eco, outro eco.
I'm feeling good.
Só mais smoke pra fazer um controle do meio.
Grenade.
Tem B.
Tem meio já.
Deploying smoke shield.
Tem meio, velho. 2 água.
Tem meio.
Dentro do bomb aqui. Boa,
Água.
doideira.
Meio.
Água.
Tem água. 2 água.
Laying down smoke.
Tem um com 54 de HP.
Aí, você vai, Draco? Isso aqui não, né?
Não, vou só tentar tirar a arma aqui, velho. Você salva aí, você salva o está de AK. Ah, não, errei a bala de 12. Nossa, tirei 21 dele. Se tivesse matado esse cara aí, dava pra salvar gostoso, hein? Ia salvar 2 AK.
Isso aqui é meio ruim, hein?
Boa, doideira.
Aqui você joga o que? 2-1-2?
Normalmente a gente joga 2-2, né? 2-2-1, né? Normalmente na...
Tem AK no chão, hein?
Um B,
Pode
um
pegar,
meio,
Raikan, pode pegar.
2A?
Normalmente joga 2 meio, velho.
Vou pegar o combo, pega aquela.
Só que acho que a gente podia jogar... Tipo, 3 pra B e 2 pra A, deixar meio recuado, entendeu?
Fire in the hole.
Tem água.
Throwing fire.
Tem B.
Deploying smoke shield.
Bora.
Tem água.
Deploying flashbang.
Boa, doideira. Ah, não, mano.
Direita.
Ai, caralho. Nossa.
Tem um meio, velho.
2.
Os caras tá forte, hein? Bom, compra de novo, hein?
Ai, caralho, é bosta que eu comprei, velho. Ah, merda.
Put up a smoke. Smoke.
Ah, não. Nossa, eu vi o cara, eu devia ter voltado, né? Tentar replicar. O cara me viu. Boa.
Tem água.
Ela caiu, né?
Eu sei do A.
Tá entrando A, velho.
Tem A. Tava entrando A.
Ligação já, velho.
Até pro meio, velho.
Vou pegar essa cara aqui, velho. Ai, cara, posso não. Olha, cara, tem famas aqui, se quiser salvar.
Ele tá de AW.
Ah, tá de AW. Agora nem pra trocar eu tenho vida.
Eu acho que se meter os 3 HE nesse meio, morre uns dois, não morre não?
Vocês estão demorando um pouco pra abrir no meio ali, velho.
Não, pode pegar aí, pode pegar.
Dá pro teuzinho.
Pistol aqui.
Compra aí, ó, o teuzinho. Tem aí o teuzinho.
Valeu.
Eu vou... eu não vou dar cara no meio não, velho.
Smoke out. Fire in the hole. Throwing smoke. Flashbang.
Tem 2 B main.
Tem A.
Flashbang.
Tem um Alp e um AK.
Caralho, velho, tem uma água cravada de Alp, mano. Ah, mano.
Abriu B, abriu B.
Não dá pra gente ajudar, então, molotovado.
Pagaram uma ainda.
Flashbang.
Ah, não é possível!
Entrou água e
Que
tá no bom.
time, mano. Tem 2 no bomb aí, tranquilo.
Aí, cara, você não quer ir água lá não, pra você pegar o cara, ele fica lá no fundinho de Alp cravado.
Ô, eu vou jogar na B junto com eles, velho. Os caras tá entrando muito rápido ali, tão forçando muito, velho. Aí vem água, aí vem B-Man, vem 3, 4 de uma vez, é zoado, velho. Eu vou jogar na B ali, nessa aqui.
Comprou?
Comprou.
Vai pro A,
Dropou uma Alp que alguém comprou.
Ixi, então foi lá, eu vou lá não.
Throwing smoke.
Entrou bem. Ah, tem 2 pro água, mano. Ele vai entrar.
Ah, filho da puta.
Eles vão pra B de
Água,
novo.
água, água.
Tinha meio?
Não, não sei, não sei.
Tá tudo pra B lá, parece.
Tá de Alp.
Meu Deus, o cara tá muito bom, velho.
Ah, pinei, velho.
Esse cara tá muito baludo.
Tá mesmo? Tá gravado aí, Draco.
Ah, o cara tá... Ah, mas não é possível, cara.
Imaginei que ele ia entrar cravado.
Ah, mas... Não acredito que o cara correu pra cá, velho.
Ó, eu dropo Alp aí, se alguém quiser. Eu dropo uma Alp aqui.
Não tem dinheiro não, pô.
Tá quebrado.
Faz um eco, faz um eco.
Fazer um rush nessa B então?
Fazer um stack nessa AP aqui.
Vai fazer stack ou vai fazer rush?
Laying down smoke. Fire in the hole.
Mais um, mais um. Mais um em cima.
Peguei um meio.
Voltei, Draco. Pega cá aqui, Draco. Tu me
Não, peguei a W, peguei a W.
Throwing fire.
Raikan?
Oi.
Você tá do quê?
Meio.
Ah, meio, velho. Tá com 13 de HP.
Tá miado? 13?
Deixa eu ver. Esse Teams, eu tirei 87, velho.
Ah, então eu vou de pistol.
Tá meio ainda. Não sei barulho no meio, né?
Eu posso, tá, Rico?
Counter-terrorists win.
Time. Eu tenho droga aí.
Eu só vi a W aqui. Quer a W, Teuzinho?
Não, tô de
Não?
boa.
Oh, valeu, Draco.
Então vou ler a W.
Vou
Você vai
lá
lá,
de novo.
vai lá, vai lá.
Alright, let's make this a quick one.
Vou fazer um pique
Se
no
quiser,
meio
eu
aqui.
pego ele.
Deploying flashbang. Throwing smoke. Up a smoke.
Ah!
Pega, velho.
Incendiary out. Flashbang.
Uns 40, tá
Throwing
vendo?
smoke.
Como é
Throwing fire.
Ah, mano, olha que posição de bot. Tá indo pro A, velho. Via W.
Vamos lá. Olha.
Grenade out. Throwing fire.
Pode entrar meio, meio tá aberto.
Isso, mano. Bombear já.
Meio tem avançado. Plantando. Ah, meu Deus, cara. Esse cara é muito rápido, velho. Que abala esse cara, velho. Esse maluco aqui é muito rápido, mano. Alguém quer a W?
Não, não. Eu dropo aqui. A coach no chão.
Ué.
Vou pegar
Teuzinho,
até a coach aí.
tem arma aqui.
Valeu.
Nossa, esse mágico é muito rápido, velho.
Deploying decoy. Grenade out.
Meio.
Deploying flashbang. Grenade out.
Nossa, o Recam pegou essa foto aqui.
Incendiary. Incendiary out. Laying down smoke.
Ah, entrou. Menos 87.
BOA.
B.
C4 é nossa na A, velho.
Grenade out.
Dá uma brecha na smoke, viu? Sem flash? Ou smoke?
Não. Tô sem.
Ah, o Piau.
Tira, velho. Tá meio, velho.
Tá
Passou aí
Tá,
no...
tá.
Esse bagulho que eu não sei o nome.
Ligação, tá. pro meio, hein, velho.
Telzinho tá rato ali.
Ah, mano, olha o time dos caras, velho.
Mano, esse maluco tá de wall, velho. Não é possível, velho.
Olha o time dele, cara. Ô, vira de costas, o cara aparece, mano.
Telzinho ganhou o jogo.
O teuzinho é o teuzinho, pô. Aí, Recan. Ô, doideira, eu dropo aqui pra você.
Valeu.
Mas aquela água lá tá.
Eu vou picar meio aqui, vou tentar pecar meio.
Tá.
Valeu.
Forward pressure. Deploying smoke shield.
Aí, velho, os caras de wall, mano!
Incendiary out.
Nossa, velho.
Eu saí do meio, hein.
Eu acho que esse scan tá de
Ah!
Tem, man.
Tem. Já tá. B, acho que entrou. O último tá B. Tava pra água ali, viu?
Incendiary.
Você pode estar por aí?
Não. Ah! B-Man, B-Man. Tá no site. Provavelmente pra esquerda, Beyonder. Dentro do site ainda. Ah, matou. Nossa, cara, mas não é possível, cara. Eu passei, olhei, na hora que eu fiquei de costas, o cara abriu, mano. Tá tenso isso aqui, viu, mano?
Ela tá no chão, hein.
Vê se ele vai entrar nessa porra.
Bora, galera, bora.
Pô, pega aí a cara.
Vê se ele vai entrar nessa porra ali agora.
Pra mim.
Pega a cara.
Não quero fazer 44 de novo, não.
Não, pode fazer 50, velho, não 44.
Smoke out.
Não.
Throwing fire. Incendiary. Throwing grenade.
Virei pá, virei pá.
Tem, man.
Grenade out.
Acho que tá recuando, velho. Acho que tá recuando.
É, smocaram meio.
Redondo.
Throwing flashbang.
Pilar. A2. Ah, que isso, velho. Boa. Boa, Deusinho.
Tem mais um vindo lá. Ih,
bomba P.
Menos 54, velho. Ele foi pra ligação aí. Aí, tem.
P?
é.
Deploying flashbang.
Em cima.
CT na esquerda. Boa.
I'm defusing the bomb.
Olha o nome do cara, ô doideira. Escama. Deve ter um monte de escama.
Filha da puta, viu, velho?
Dropei uma aí. Eu vou por baixo agora lá na água de novo.
E você tava onde? Você tava. Ah?
Tava meio, mano.
Meio?
Aí qualquer coisa é só.
Pode jogar recuado.
Fica fechado, mano.
Throwing smoke.
Jogaram meio.
Do lado, tá?
Incendiary out. Fire in the hole.
Eu estou escutando aqui pra ver também.
Flashbang.
Caiu água, velho. Vai ter pra B aí, no esgoto.
Tem um B-main.
Incendiary out.
Rato aí.
Ok. Tem outro meio.
B-main.
Entrou.
Não morreu. Nossa.
Foi mal.
Meio. Menos 80. Meio ou água ele vai cair.
Velho.
Mas smocou meio.
Tá meio.
Boa.
Boa, Beyond. Ah,
Nem
tá.
sabia que dava pra aparecer em cima ali, velho.
Tá bom, mano. 7-8. Tá bom, velho. De CT. Nossa, é que eu tô jogando muito mal, velho. Tá louco.
Vai atirar no cara que apareceu embaixo ali, velho. Porra.
Você vai trampar hoje ainda, bro?
Não, eu tô de dia.
Começar aí, não?
Vamos lá.
Sem parar?
Eu vou fazer uma smoke na ligação ali.
Por baixo?
Por cima, por baixo não. Eles vê.
Flashbang out.
Ah, eu tô bem.
Throwing flashbang.
Tá com 32.
Tem no cat.
Quanto?
Decoys out.
Volta rápido.
Outro em cima. Nossa, tem 2 costas.
Meu Deus.
Nossa, velho, tava 3 costas.
Os caras já rusharam já, velho. Caramba.
Tudo pra passar meio. Pega meio ali, eles pegam aí, eles vêm. Ferrou já.
Tá.
Acho que a gente podia fazer aquela do meio rato lá, rápida. A smoke no meio, a gente cai tudo rato ali e tenta ir pra B.
Smoking.
Nossa, minha smoke travou errada, velho.
Grenade out.
Múmia. Ah, tem um avançado.
Ah, menos 75 no movimento.
Caralho, ele fudeu muito, velho.
Nossa,
tá
cara.
com uma M4, mano. Eu ia matar o cara da liga, velho.
Comprou. Eu acho que a gente pode fazer jogo por domínio agora, hein. Vamos marcar água ali e...
Vamos pegar aqui, velho.
Então, vamos marcar água, 2 meio, 2B. Devagar, velho.
Flashbang.
Peguei embaixo. Tem outro embaixo.
Fire in the hole.
Ah, mano. Eu caí e bati na parede, mano.
Meio, velho.
Eu nem sei onde é o meio dessa porra, velho.
Aí mesmo.
Tem um meio. Tem um água. Acho que é água essa porra aqui, velho.
Tem um no esgoto.
Tenta aproveitar aí que eu acho que ele não...
Água, né?
Mas não consegue subir, não.
Podemos subir a C4 já, né?
Já.
Faz seu jogo aí, faz seu jogo.
Aí eles estão ouvindo você.
Ou vendo, né? Vai saber.
Os dois.
Da onde esse cara veio, mano?
Tá lá na A, mano.
Ah, Lene. Viu passando, acho que veio no shield também.
Ai.
Puxa esse meio aí no eco, mano. Vamos arrebentar esse meio aí.
Vou meter a ganha lá então, velho.
Vamos.
Então vamos.
Let's go. Grenade.
Meu amigo.
M4 aqui, pega M4 que eu tô miado.
Vai virar B ou A?
Pega M4 que eu tô miado. Vamos palestrar então, ó. Eita,
Ah, já tem em main, velho. Já avançou já da B.
Mais um.
Pilar.
Indo pro meio. O da B.
costas já, velho. Filho da puta, meu.
Cara, eu achei que você tinha escutado.
Estranho, muito estranho.
Maluco.
Muito estranho.
Os dois no mesmo lugar.
Muito estranho. Vou reportar. Eu vou reportar, velho. Porque eu achei. Essa eu achei muito estranho, velho.
Let's go.
Reportar todo mundo. Cara, do nada, velho, o cara jogar
Vem de Alp, vem de Alp lá no fundo.
Boa. Boa, Recan.
É água 1.
Meio. Ah, mano. Time, cara.
Pegou. É um A e um B agora. O cara tá varando.
Tem um pra direita aí, Bruno.
Meio. Ah, ô louco, velho. O da A foi pro meio já.
Tem embaixo.
Ah, ô louco, velho.
Filha da puta.
Merda.
Counter-terrorists win.
Ah, cara.
Sinceramente, eu não sei não o que fazer, velho.
Boa trade. Nice.
Boa doideira.
B do doideira, mano. Só olha a ligação aí, mano. Não foi checado.
Tem um CT, não sei.
Flashbang. Throwing a Molotov. Smokes out. Fire in the hole.
Esse maluco do ar, não é?
Não sei, velho.
It is going to explode.
Dropar aqui, ó. Alguém quer uma Alp? Deve me dropar uma Alp.
Não, todo mundo tá armado já.
Vamos bem na troca. Na trade lá.
Eu vou smocar meio ali, só pra assustar esse cara da... Acho que é aqui mesmo, né?
Tá cagando,
Nossa, bateu nele.
Coloquei água. Boa, viu 2.
Throwing smoke. I am planting the bomb. Molotov out. Bomb has been planted.
O cara quer matar na taser. Queria matar na taser.
É, né? Tinha um aqui dentro, hein, troca. Ah, tem um pro água ainda. Menos
Tem um
57.
CT também,
É água em CT. Olha CT, olha CT estático. Ah, doideira matou.
Menos 57, tava na água.
Pegou o CT?
Pegou.
Peguei.
Meio. Tá meio.
Meio recuado.
Meio pra base.
Pega ele, pega.
Tá menos 60 ele.
Boa.
Nossa, eu não tinha visto ele quando eu passei a primeira vez.
Ele tá no meio ali?
Ele tava ali no bagulho escuro ali, cara. Camuflou.
Meu Deus. Pra mim ele tinha ido pra base, velho.
Não, ele. Então, eu também achei. O que foi, doideira? Nossa, mano, eu esbarrei. Ah, esbarrei no.
Outra coisa aqui.
Tem smoke no chão aí, doideira.
Throwing flashbang. Throwing smoke. Tossing a molotov.
Coloquei água, hein.
Pera aí.
Flashbang.
Dá um fake aqui.
Flashbang out. Molotov. Grenade. Flashback.
Meio é meu. Dá pra
Dá um
vir.
B pra água, tá?
A gente tá entrando B pela múmia, velho.
Mais um.
Espera um pouco, segura um pouco.
Tá menos 70 esse.
Água.
Água.
Boa.
Laying down some fire.
Vou dar bem.
Boa, doideira.
Pra baixo, Draco.
Oi?
Vou marcar ali pra baixo.
Pra baixo?
É, você matou o cara.
Ah, de boa.
Puta, filho da puta.
Você tem aí? Eu dropo aqui. Ah, tem AK no chão aí.
Tem AK no chão. Quer algo? Deve dropar algo.
Não. Olha.
Tem AK no chão.
Smoke's out. Deploying smoke shield. Grenade. Molotov out. Flashbang.
Cara, bug errado.
Deu meio.
Eles mocam, eles
Tem água.
largando, hein.
Tem água.
Throwing a flashbang.
Eu vou deixar a bomba aqui.
Tem no costa meio. Tá subindo meio.
Tem um cara aqui na smoke, velho. Porra, velho. Aí,
Ai, rushou. Ah, merda. 78, velho.
Cadê, filha da puta?
Onde?
Costa, CT. PR, sei lá. Acho que tava costa, não tava?
Tava na bomba lá.
Throwing a flashbang. Terrorists win.
Tem aí todo mundo?
Eu tenho, eu dropo se quiser. Quer? Quem quer?
Não, eu tenho.
Take care of yourselves.
Eu nem sei chegar na
Launching. Flashbang out. Grenade. Smoke.
Meio é meu.
meio avançado.
Flashback.
Tem um pra água aí, ó.
Múmia 1.
Tô tacando Deus e o mundo aqui.
Ah, tem 2 marcando eu, cara. Como assim? Ah. Tem 2 no meio, velho.
Pegando a B, velho.
Vai ter múmia, vai ter múmia. Volta, pode voltar do lado.
Ai, tá aqui no... Ai, filha da puta, tá dentro do mob, velho. Não vi ele.
Peguei.
Água. Boa, Biando, boa.
Morreu meio.
Água, última.
Última água.
Vai pro rato, velho. Devagar, Beyonder. Pra esquerda, Beyonder. Pra esquerda. Tá dentro do site. No bom. Boa.
Caralho. Porra.
Meu Deus do céu, cara. Esses caras. Esse cara é muito estranho, cara.
Todo mundo bem.
Nossa, E4, eu vou tentar dominar meio de novo ali, velho.
Mano, essa B tá tranquilo de entrar.
Só tinha um na A, velho.
Os caras meio doidão, mano.
Esmocou a água ali, os caras ficam perdidos, velho.
Os caras é meio maluco da vida, velho.
Throwing flashbang.
Vamos forçar essa...
Fire no hole.
Meio, tem meio.
Peguei água.
Aí, abriu o meio.
Throwing flashbang.
Estourou a aqui então, nossa cego, velho.
Então vamos fazer barulho de B aqui, mano.
Bora entrar,
Lá em cima.
Grenade out.
Ligação.
Tem 2 pá,
Os
velho.
dois aqui, velho.
Volta.
Throwing a molotov.
Volta pra B.
Boa.
Volta pra A, velho.
Era voltar pra ficar vivo, né? Quem tava aí com a C4. Se volta um pouquinho,
eu
dá
ia
tempo de
voltar
dar o
pra B.
retake, né?
Então, aí o da B eu vi vindo.
Drop.
Compra não, drop aqui.
Tamo safe, velho. Ah, o teuzinho.
Alguém vai pra você.
Pegou?
Valeu.
Ah, vou fazer uma pressão nesse meio aqui de novo, velho.
Deploying smoke shields. Bang out.
O da B ele tá puxando aqui, ó. Ele tá puxando.
Ah, tá avançado.
Caralho, bicho. Avançou.
Ah, pinei, velho. Meio, vai pegar K.
Grenade.
Tem 2 meio, velho.
Meio água.
Tem água e tem 2 meio. Avançou a escadinha. Escadinha do TR já.
Smoke. I'm throwing a flashbang. Burn.
Amei aqui.
O maluco subiu aqui, velho.
Pode vir encosta, pode vir encosta aí, Recão. Isso aí.
Aqui?
É. Aí o cara aí. Boa.
Meu Deus, cara.
O cara subiu aqui, velho.
A gente precisa ver
Eu acho
os...
que é um na A ainda, hein, velho.
Mano, é 3x2, velho. Vocês vão ter que jogar junto.
Quer que eu entre, Roy? Que eu tô
Bora,
miado.
doideira, me treida.
Tá, ele fica em cima lá, ó, miado.
O teuzinho matou um.
Vou olhar a costa.
Jogou decoy no meio, né? Já era. Boa.
Aqui em cima, tá aqui em cima. Caralho, velho. Escutei a scope dele, velho.
Pode, boa. Ainda tem dinheiro. Tem alguém que drop aí? Tem.
Tô safe. Eu vou smocar a mid ali.
Vai entregar, mano.
Eu vou smocar a água lá, hein. Essa água aqui tá acabando com o jogo dele, velho.
Throwing smoke. Smoking. Grenade. Throwing fire. Grenade. I'm throwing flashbang.
Ah, foi mal.
pro bomb aí, velho. Não deu pra entrar, hein.
Morreu 2A.
Ó, o B onde pegou A, velho. Eu peguei ligação, velho. Dá pra entrar A, velho. Dá pra entrar A.
Acho que o último tá B aqui, velho.
B.
Último B, né?
Boa, doideira. Boa, Beyond. Beyond fez a dele agora.
Foi mal, Teozinho. Eu saí pra pegar C4. Mas...
Os caras dava E com
Não, de boa, de boa.
Alguém quer drop?
Eu dropo aqui. Copa não que eu dropo, tem 10 mil aqui.
Tá com 12.
Tá safe.
Valeu.
É doideira. Continua fazendo aquela smoke lá, velho.
Mas tá acabando com os caras ali.
Tá, mano. Tá desestabilizando a tática dos caras que eles estão ficando sem info, né?
Agora eu fiz errado ainda, só que o cara não pegou info lá.
É, então.
O Smoke você tá falando não, é no meio?
Não, ele tá fazendo na água, no esgoto.
Ah, tá.
No rato ali, pro rato. Eu tô fazendo o smoke do meio. A smoke do meio eu tô fazendo. Só que aquela smoke avançada, Benholder, que tem, é os caras que tá fazendo, é.
Ah, então que eu tava molotovando, então você tava fazendo smoke lá onde eu molotovei, então.
É, isso. Tenta molotovar, tipo, na direita ali, sabe?
Ah, tá.
Pra frente da smoke, porque se os caras rushar na smoke...
parede com pedra ali, né?
Isso.
Ou seja, o mapa inteiro.
É, se você conseguir...
na porta dupla ali, não é?
Isso, na dupla ali.
Na
se você conseguir
ali.
molotovar o bombe inteiro dos caras lá, tá melhor, né? O mapa inteiro deles, lá do CT.
De repente, se jogar pro alto, vai lá o molotov, né?
Vai saber, né?
Ah, eu tomei agora. Ah, desbloqueei, morreu. Portinha, Draco.
Throwing a Molotov. Throwing flashbang. Molotov out. Fire in the hole.
Ah, vou subir. Ah, mano. 2 água, velho. Porra, mas que zica, velho. Avançou da A, velho. Tem pro rato ali.
Pior que tá pra água, mano.
Água e CT? Eu vi barulho pra esquerda aí também.
É, eu também. Tá aqui, velho.
Tem um na água, velho. Tava tirando de avançado.
Ah, velho,
Tá aí no canto.
Cantinho esquerda.
Ai, cara, olha lá onde o cara tava, velho. Não vi ele, mano. Meio. Tá meio lá na caixa, lá no fundo, cara.
Ah, brincadeira, mano. Que ódio.
Tá avançando toda hora, né?
Ah, foda-se, eu vou começar aí.
Eu dropo, hein.
Eu dropo também.
Faz aí. Não, se for comer a A, faz a smoke lá, o doideira. Faz a smoke lá. Vai vocês dois juntos lá com o Raikan, vai indo lá.
Vai todo mundo, pô.
Não, a gente vai, velho. Só que eu vou smocar mid, velho. É, pá. Vai junto, vai junto.
Ele avança aqui no E-main, velho.
Não é pega, velho.
Fire no hole.
Bora.
Eu DHS alguém, velho.
Tem ligação, tem ligação.
Nossa, tô miadão, velho.
Nossa, tem molotov aqui. Ué, eu não enxerguei a mole, velho.
Não, no bomb aí,
Em cima no cat, em cima no cat. Ligação. 2x1, velho. Boa.
Caralho.
Boa. Ô, mano, na moral, cara, eu não enxerguei a mole, velho, que tava queimando ali. Eu não vi a mole, velho.
de cima que jogou, né?
Não, mas eu não vi a mole, cara. Onde é que tava o fogo, mano? Eu não vi, só queimei.
De você, não?
It's gonna go.
Parte 2.
Caralho, meia-noite 2.
Nossa, que raiva, mano.
Mas nunca,
Nunca mesmo, velho.
Tá maluco.
Ah, os caras lá, a Ence ganhou, velho.
Vocês vão jogar mais aí, velho?
E o Fruxo? Quero saber a Fruxo.
Chamar...
Tem que ficar acordado.
Tá, eu vou chamar os copos pro meu lugar aí que eu vou ter que trampar, velho.
Ah, você vai sair?
É, porque eu tenho que no máximo 1 hora eu tenho que voltar pro trampo, né?
Eu não sei, o Shiro que não tava aí?
E aí qualquer coisa eu saio aqui e entra alguém.
Chama ele aí, qualquer coisa.
Ou roda rápida aí, ou chama alguém pro meu lugar.
Ah, então chama, que senão de repente demora, velho, a partida.
É, então.
Aí
zoa
fica
meu
ruim pra
trampo
você,
lá,
né?
tá ligado?
É.
Só não dá pra mim sair às 2, eu tenho que sair às 2h10.
Como é que tá lá o jogo dos caras?
Ah, entendi.
Se ele vier também, né?
Se não vier chamar...
O Shiro que tava aí, cara, cadê ele? Aqui, ó. O nome dele aqui, ó, Haruki tiltado.
Mouse e o GL lá tá 11-11.
A mouse?
É.
Nossa, cara, a mouse tá penando, hein, velho. É, acho que não vai dar pra mouse não, hein. Apesar que eu acho que eles ganham da GL, pô. Mirei é o primeiro mapa ainda, mano. Só que eles que picaram o Mirage, hein, velho.
Eu vou fumar um cigarro e até entrar alguém, velho. Ou vocês rodam aí.
Você acha que dá tempo, velho?
Chama alguém.
Você acha que dá tempo?
Ó, se nós ganhar 16-0 dá, velho.
Não.
É, então...
Não.
Não, eu vou estar até 1h, 1h10 assim de boa.
Que horas são
sabe.
agora?
Não, mesmo que seja 15-14, ou 16-14, dá uma hora.
É, dá tempo.
Então roda aí rapidão, hein. Vou fumar um cigarro enquanto isso.
Vou deixar só... Ah não, deixa eu ver.
Puta, Vertigo, eu também não gosto muito de jogar não, velho. Porque eu ando lá embaixo, os caras escutam meu passo lá no terraço.
Vai inferno, vai.
Ah, inferno também não sou fã não, porque eu sou de Deus, mano.
Ah, entendi.
Mas a Vertigo é de boa, mano. O ruim é mesmo é a outra lá.
A Nuke.
Ah, põe aquele que é só mato lá, mano. Aquele lá é da hora.
Anciente?
É.
Anciente?
Trai
Vou
também.
botar então, bota a Tusca também.
Ó, eu ponho.
Testar a Tusca.
O Tusca eu não conheço, né?
Nem eu, mas... Já que tá aí, vamos lá.
É.
Só lembro da 1.6.
Eu nem joguei esse mapa, velho. Eu não jogava no 1.6. Nossa. Nossa.
Não lançou, nem vi.
Você que era Fluxo quer jogar agora, mano? Fluxo 0,45.
Nossa. Cagou a bola.
Fluxo e Liquid. Quem que ganha?
Ah,
merda.
Fluxo.
Dois
Fluxo pra...
Não, caralho, você me fode. Tem que ser.
Eu acho que vai ser a Liquid. Eu acho que vai ser a Liquid, mano. Não é por nada, não.
Eu quero a Fluxo.
Não, eu queria que...
Ganhando,
eu queria que os Brasil queria... É, então, se eles ganham, dá bom pra mim.
Porque da Face e da Ence, qualquer um dos dois que passar com 3-0, já faço meu pontinho, os dos dois, né?
Na verdade...
São dois, mais um 3. Ah, já deu, já.
Eles vão jogar 1h30, cara.
Tá marcado aqui 0,45.
Ué?
Na HLTV tá escrito. Fluxo Liquid.
Como é que tá jogando a Ence, a FaZe agora, né?
Então, tá jogando aí a mouse também, né?
É, então, é 1h30 só.
Ah, não, velho.
Ué, mas você não falou?
Eu falei?
Você falou que só tem mato, caralho?
Não, pô, mas era o mapa do Blanca lá.
O mapa do Blanca. Bora no Street Fight. Street Fight.
É, então.
Mapa do Blanca.
Let's roll. So the timing of his flight is going to be awesome. They have no idea it's coming. Or do they?
Eu só não manjo fazer granada nesse mapa, hein, velho. Só sei fazer aquela smoke ali que você faz na base, tá ligado?
Bala, cara, bala.
Cara, a Ence a FaZe aqui tá um jogo brabo, hein, velho.
Ah, bom.
Ó, fez e
Aqui
ganhou
é
da
muito
U.
básico, né? Muito pixel, é só você mirar pra cima e jogar.
Cara, ó, só que toda vez que começa a ANSI, toda vez que começa a ANSI, toda vez que começa esse mapa aí, o meu CS fecha.
Ô, louco.
O meu acontece isso na cache, velho.
Algum arquivo corrompido, tá ligado?
Nossa, não matou.
Que o CS dá falha de conexão. É porque o meu, ele tá direto aquele bug, né? Que fica travando o meu CS.
Ô, louco, cara, o cara jogou uma smoke ali, mano, o cara conseguiu ver o cara dentro da smoke, velho. Apareceu aqui. Apareceu certinho.
Não, do qual você tá falando? Do mouse?
É da NC Phase.
Ah, da NC Phase, eu não vi.
Tava passando o replay da jogada aqui, o cara entrou no escurinho ali. Não sei o que ele fez ali na smoke, mano. Pareceu o cara certinho, baixado ali, velho.
Ah, mano, tem uns esquemas aí, os caras jogam HE ou joga...
Nossa, hoje eu tava jogando com os caras, mano.
A mole ainda parece silhueta, velho.
Aí tava dando esse erro aqui de Steam Networking.
Eu tô 50 quase,
mano,
imagina.
Nossa senhora, velho. Que merda, velho. Tipo, eu atirava, tá ligado? Ele travava o PC, não conseguia... Voltava a tela meio congelada.
E Draco matou
minha
50.
mira tava lá na puta que pariu.
Ô, louco.
Aí eu ia atacar alguma mole, alguma coisa, não saía da minha mão, tá ligado? Ficava presa na minha mão. Eu começava a tirar... Eu ia começar a tirar, tipo, aquela trava. Esse bug aí. E aí minha arma não atirava, tá ligado? Mesmo se eu apertasse o botão. Como se ele tivesse congelado o botão lá.
Nossa, é tipo como se tivesse lagado com 300 de ping, velho.
Mais ou menos. Só que ele trava, tipo, ele dá uma congeladinha assim e depois voltava, tipo, de milissegundos, sabe?
Tipo aquele dia no inferno.
Uhum.
É uma porcaria, mano. Você tá louco.
É.
E aí?
Bora. Nós estamos de...
Fazer smoke na A, mano. Não sei se nesse 64.
Vou tentar entrar escuro lá pela B aqui, velho.
Come on, let's go. Quick sticks.
Vou puxar essa B aqui, que é algo que melhor dá pra fazer agora.
Deixa eu puxar lá, smoke aqui.
Escantei, lá, sol.
Avançou meio. O cara comeu smoke, cara.
Tem dois sol.
Puta, mais um lá, né?